It's been 3 years since President Bola Tinubu was sworn in as a Nigerian leader. He promised to fix the economy, address rising insecurity, create jobs, and fight for the interests of citizens both home and abroad. As President Tinubu seeks re-election in 2027, has he delivered on his promises? And does his performance so far merit a second term? AIT News begins a special May 29 review countdown series, where we interrogate the Tinubu administration's deliverables across various sectors of national life. Join us on the AIT News Hour from May 18.
And UK watchdog indict Andrew Mountbatten Windsor over lease of royal property. And 50 die of thirst in Sahara Desert. This is the world news on AIT. I am Olamide Ario. Welcome. Volodymyr Zelensky has called for a face-to-face meeting between himself and Vladimir Putin in a renewed bid to end the war. In an open letter to the Russian president, the Ukrainian leader said it would be wrong to simply wait until the war in Europe becomes the focus of the U.S. attention once more, adding peace could only come through direct engagement between Ukraine and Russia.
Called for a full ceasefire for the duration of proposed negotiations, something Putin ruled out earlier on Thursday. U.S. President Donald Trump said on Thursday that he thought it would be great if the two leaders met. The Kremlin confirmed it had received the letter. The tone of the letter was defiant, even mocking, drawing attention to Ukraine's recent strikes on Russian territory. The letter also provided an invitation. It is not a new offer from Ukraine's leader. As it has before, the Kremlin responded, saying Zelensky was welcome to meet Putin in Moscow. Speaking to foreign journalists in St. Petersburg, without apparently having seen the content of the letter, Putin said he was certainly prepared and willing to reach an agreement with Ukraine, but said compromises needed to be made. Putin suggested that as Trump was busy with Iran, the EU could talk Zelensky into surrendering territory. Putin's long-standing position has been that Ukraine should withdraw from 4 regions largely occupied by Russia and give up its efforts to join NATO. Ukraine has ruled out ceding territory, saying it would embolden Russia to invade again, as it had in 2022 when it launched its full-scale war 8 years after illegally annexing Crimea. Ceasefire negotiations have stalled in recent months, and previous peace talks in Geneva, Abu Dhabi, and Istanbul have failed. On Friday, Ukrainian authorities said at least 4 people had been killed in a Russian strike on the offices of a food company outside Kyiv.
The EU on Friday backed Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's call for direct talks in a letter to Russian leader Vladimir Putin. Zelensky published an open letter to President Putin in which he proposed the two leaders meet to agree to an end to more than 4 years of war, warning that Kyiv stood ready to fight on otherwise. In his letter, which the president's office said had been sent to other countries, including the United States, President Zelensky said the majority of Russians had grown tired of Ukrainian missile and drone attacks, inflation, and fuel shortages and were ready for peace. Zelensky said that with the United States focused on the conflict in Iran, it would be wrong to simply wait until the war in Europe returns to the center of its attention in Moscow. The Kremlin, however, said it had seen Zelensky's letter and that Putin had been briefed on it. French President Emmanuel Macron welcomed Zelensky's appeal for direct talks with Mr. Putin, saying it was time to resume dialogue with Moscow. And Russia fired hundreds of drones at Ukraine between late Thursday and early Friday, killing 7 people and destroying a factory that produces milk products for children. Images published by Ukraine State Emergency Service showed the ruins of a building bearing the logo of Ukrainian dairy producer Yagotinsky for Kids, its facade partly destroyed and flames visible on the floor. Separate strikes on Ukraine's central Dnipropetrovsk region killed 2 people. Regional Governor Oleksandr Gasha said, while a drone strike in the southern Zaporizhia region killed 1 woman. According to Ukrainian State Emergency Service, Russia fired at least 216 drones at Ukraine between late Thursday and early Friday, as well as 2 missiles, and that's according to Ukrainian Air Force. And one of Latvia's spy agencies said Thursday that Russia planned to intensify abuse of legal proceedings against the Baltic states and other Western countries in a possible effort to justify a potential confrontation against NATO. The Constitution Protection Bureau, SAB, said in a public report that Russia was stepping up its use of lawfare against the West and the Baltic countries in particular to promote policies favorable to Moscow and potentially justify attacks. Russian leader Vladimir Putin used the protection of Russian speakers as a pretext to annex Crimea from Ukraine in 2014 and launch a full-scale invasion of the pro-Western country in 2022.
It is our intelligence assessment and the assessment of other countries in NATO that there could be an attack by Russia on NATO as soon as 2030. So you can see the urgency and the priority that we're putting behind.
The Baltic nations of Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania, which have sizable Russian-speaking minorities, have long feared that could be targeted by Putin next. And Andrew Mountbatten Windsor received an undisclosed rental income from subletting 3 cottages on the Royal Lodge estate that he leased from the Crown Estate, the public spending watchdog has revealed. The National Audit Office NAO reports it also revealed that the king pays the rent for accommodation in royal palaces for Mountbatten Windsor's daughters, Princesses Eugenia and Beatrice, who are not working royals. It is for the first time they report into royal residences in 20 years and shows Mountbatten Windsor and his family and staff had 12 property owned by the Crown Estate or the royal households.
A Buckingham Palace spokesman said the report was in line with the royal household's commitment to transparency. Mountbatten Windsor had paid £7.5 million for repairs when he took on the lease for Royal Lodge, and that meant that he did not have to pay a monthly rent. The watchdog report into royal residences shows that Princess Eugenie has a property in Kensington Palace and Princess Beatrice in St. James's Palace. They do not pay any rent for this central London accommodation. Instead, it is paid by the Privy Purse, which is the monarch's personal money to the royal household. Both of the palaces are maintained by public funding through the sovereign grant. A palace source said that the rent paid on these properties for non-working royals would cover any publicly funded expenditure, so there would be no extra cost to the taxpayer. The report does not specify how much rent is paid on the Princess's Palace property, but the level is meant to be 60% of the open market rate. Although there are no suggestions of anything unlawful, the optics of such an arrangement are likely to be uncomfortable for the palace, which has indicated such deals remain under review. When so many young people are facing high rents or struggling to get on the property ladder, the prospect of non-working royals receiving subsidized accommodation will raise the prospect of accusations of entitlement. The report covers several aspects of royal finances. The NAO report was prompted by the scandal surrounding Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and will be followed by an inquiry by members of Parliament on the Public Accounts Committee. It shows a collection of 12 properties used by Mountbatten Windsor and his family, as well as the main building at Royal Lodge. There were another 8 nearby properties, with Mountbatten Windsor's lease allowing 3 of these cottages to be sublet, which it did until April 2026.
And we'll move on to Switzerland, where the owners of a bar that caught fire during New Year celebrations in a Swiss ski resort killing 41 people were set to be questioned once again on Friday. French couple Jacques and Jessica Moretti were to be cross-examined by public prosecutors and lawyers for civil parties caught up in the blaze that engulfed Le Constellation Bar in Crans-Montana in the early hours of January 1st. The tragedy killed 41 people, mostly teenagers, and injured 115 others. In total, 14 people are under criminal investigation in connection with the disaster, including several current and former local officials. No annual municipal safety checks had been carried out at the bar since 2019. The hearings are taking place in the capital of southwest Switzerland, mountainous Wallis-Canton. And search teams in southwestern France on Thursday found the body of a child believed to be a missing girl in a case that sparked a national uproar about alleged judicial failures. Dozens of police and volunteers had for days been combing the countryside in southwestern France to find 11-year-old Liana.
A 41-year-old father of two has been detained as the key suspect in the murder case. Public anger erupted after it emerged he had been repeatedly accused of sexually abusing children with no action taken. Liana went missing on Friday near the village of Florence after she was last seen getting into a man's car. On Thursday, police discovered a body believed to be hers in a silo on a farm near the village of Puyaska. An autopsy will be required to formally identify the remains. According to a local agricultural official, the main suspect had worked on the farm. Prosecutors said that previous legal complaints existed against the suspect, accusing him of raping a minor. Interior Minister Laurent Nunez told Parliament on Wednesday that he had demanded the Justice Ministry carry out an inquiry into the handling of the cases. After being shown security camera footage, the suspect admitted giving a girl a lift, but insisted he dropped her off at a swimming pool. Prosecutor Clemens Meyer on Wednesday said there had been previous complaints against him. In December 2017, a mother reported that her 17-year-old daughter was in a relationship with the man. The case was dropped in 2018 after the girl said she had consented. In January 2022, a complaint accused him of raping a child younger than 15 in 2020 at his home in southwestern France. The case was transferred to the local prosecutor, but dismissed in 2024 for lack of evidence.
An extremely intelligent bear that injured 4 people in northern Japan remains at large as of Friday after apparently unlatching a window while evading capture and turning on a water tap. A record 13 people were killed by bears in Japan last year, and there has been a jump in sightings, and the animals emerged hungry from hibernation. After attacking 4 people at the 2 factories in Fukushima on Tuesday, the bear took shelter inside one of the buildings, local media reported. It dodged capture despite efforts by hunters and responders equipped with traps and anesthetic guns and escaped late Wednesday. The bear remains at large as of Friday morning, a Fukushima official told the media. Fukushima City Mayor Yuki Barbara told reporters on Thursday that evidence suggested the animal unlocked the window on its own to flee, adding that claw marks had been found near the exit. And to South Korea, where riot police cleared protesters on Friday from a Seoul polling station after a 35-hour blockade sparked by a shortage of ballot paper during local elections earlier this week. Wednesday's election was the first nationwide vote since President Lee Jae-myung took office following the ouster of Yoon Suk-yeol over his short-lived martial law declaration. Lee's ruling Democratic Party swept most races but failed to flip the crucial Seoul mayoral seat.
The National Election Commission apologized, blaming the failure to anticipate turnout after 14 polling stations in Seoul ran short of ballot papers. Some polling stations stayed open until 10 p.m. to accommodate voters, but the move did little to quell criticism of the Commission's handling of the elections. Protesters holding signs that read "Stop the vote count" and "Invalidate the election" blocked authorities in Seoul's Jasmil 7-Dong district from removing 2 ballot boxes. A gathering of several dozen people on election night swelled to more than 1,000 protesters by Thursday. Live-stream footage showed police physically removing demonstrators, blocking entrances to the polling station, with some protesters shouting and resisting. Heated exchanges followed, with one man shouting, "Is this really a country governed by the rule of law?" as officers repeatedly ordered demonstrators to clear the way. President Lee on Thursday ordered an investigation into the ballot shortage, condemning a flaw that is difficult to accept. The People Power Party PPP leader Jang Dong-hyuk, whose party suffered a heavy local election defeat after Yeon's marital law declaration, visited the NEC on Thursday and said the election should be rerun. After declaring marital law, the former President Yeon, now jailed and on trial for insurrection, claimed the NEC had ignored warnings about North Korea's threat to voter data and failed to cooperate fully with intelligence agency inspections. Yeon's claims resonated with right-wing YouTubers and supporters who went on to spread unverified election fraud theories and question the Commission's credibility.
And hundreds of Libyans gathered outside the UN Refugee Agency headquarters on Thursday to protest against irregular migrants and refugees whom they say should leave Libya. Demonstrators chanted "Libya belongs to Libyans," among other chants, and called for the closure of the UNHCR headquarters in the capital. They accused the UN agency of seeking to settle irregular migrants in the North African country. Protesters were seen holding signs reading, in quotes, "Our love for our country is not racism," end of quotes, and also "Libya is not the world's garbage bin." Libya is a key departure point for irregular migrants seeking to reach Europe by crossing the Mediterranean as of mid-2024. The International Organization for Migration estimated that around 900,000 migrants and refugees were living in Libya. Many of them are Sudanese refugees who have fled war in their home country. The UN mission in Libya, in a statement, said it refutes allegations of migrants' resettlement to Libya. And still in Africa, at least 49 people have died of thirst in a remote part of the Sahara Desert in northern Niger after the truck carrying them broke down. The group had been returning from Mali, where they had attended a Muslim festival when they ran out of water, stranded more than 80 kilometers west of Asamarka, a major border crossing point between Niger and Algeria. While returning from the scene, the rescue team said it came across another broken-down lorry carrying more than 60 people who had been stranded for 3 days after a battery failure. The Niger Desert remains a major transit corridor for migrants from across West Africa trying to reach Europe, repeatedly defying the risk associated with the perilous journey. The governor said the tragedy underscored the vulnerability of young people engaged in migratory and cross-border economic activities, often forced to pass through unstable areas in order to survive or seek better living conditions. Nigerian entrepreneurs are tapping into the power of artificial intelligence to grow their businesses, following a week-long training organized by the Israeli government. The AI boot camp held in Abuja brought together founders and business owners for hands-on sessions facilitated by experts. AIT's diplomatic correspondent Sadiat Dosumu has more.
Israeli ambassador to Nigeria, Michael Freeman, commended the participants and reaffirmed Israel's commitment to partner with Nigeria in areas of technological development.
This was the first time we've done this. This will not be the last time that we share our AI with Nigeria. And I'll say more than that. We will not only do it with the iFair program, we will look at other opportunities to engage with the Nigerian government, to engage with the Nigerian people in order to bring more expertise and to bring more knowledge across so that together we can build a better future, not only for Israel, but also for Nigeria.
Patrick Ndufam and Rabia Busari presented projects developed during the boot camp while Lydia Thompson and Adewumi Adego shared their experience.
Here's what this week has really meant for me as an entrepreneur. that every naira I use to budget for a freelance designer, a content creator, a developer, I can now redirect. Not because I'm replacing people, but because I am empowered.
Thank you for investing in people and not just projects. Thank you for creating a platform where founders can learn, collaborate, and prepare themselves for the future that is already unfolding before us. Very much.
Organizers said the boot camp is part of ongoing bilateral cooperation between Nigeria and Israel in technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship development.
For us at Unistream and Level Up, this week not about teaching, is also about learning. We are leaving Nigeria with inspiration, full of appreciation, and we hope this is just the start of great partnership between us.
For entrepreneurs who took part, the real test now is turning AI knowledge into business growth. Sadiat Dusum, AIT News, Abuja.
Still watching the world news on AIT. We'll be back with more stories after this break.
The Federal Capital Territory is moving forward with purpose, progress, and renewed hope. Join the Federal Capital Territory Administration as we celebrate the commissioning of 27 landmark projects and the flag-off of 2 new ones under the visionary leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, by the Honorable Minister of the FCT, His Excellency Barrister Nyesom Ezenwo-Wike, CON, and Honorable Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmoud, in commemoration of the 3rd anniversary of the administration of Mr. President, champion of the renewed hope agenda, and the commemoration of 50 years of the Federal Capital Territory. From June 8th to July 17th, 2026, witness the commissioning of completed transformative projects designed to strengthen infrastructure and democratic institutions, improve livelihoods, and modernize Nigeria's capital city. Projects and landmark events include over 20 major roads, interchanges, and bridges covering more than 100 kilometers across the FCT, expanded water supply to satellite towns, the magnificent Court of Appeal Complex Abuja Division, new staff quarters of the Nigerian Law School Wari, ultra-modern office annex for the body of benchers, modern judges' quarters, remodeled Abuja City Gate, launch of the sales office and experience center of the Abuja City Work Development, and the unveiling of Abuja at 50 Compendium, celebrating the history, growth, achievements, and future vision of Nigeria's Federal Capital Territory, and many more impactful people-oriented projects aimed at improving mobility, housing, justice delivery, public service, and the overall quality of life for residents. This is progress you can see. This is development you can feel. This is the renewed hope agenda in action. Come and be part of history as the President, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, redefines development in the FCT. The Federal Capital Territory Administration, building infrastructure, preserving history, empowering communities, transforming lives.
And many thanks for still being there with us on the world news. Security experts, policymakers, and stakeholders have called for a more coordinated and intelligence-driven approach to tackling the growing links between banditry, terrorism, and organized criminal networks in Nigeria. The call was made during a high-level policy dialogue on banditry, terror nexus, criminal economies, and the future of violence in Nigeria.
Across many communities in Nigeria, violence has become a painful reality. Families have been forced from their homes, businesses have been disrupted, and entire communities continue to live under the threat of attacks, kidnappings, and criminal activities. As concerns grow over the changing nature of insecurity, security experts are calling for a united national response to address the forces driving violence across the country.
Target demobilizing the economic structure of this criminality. The economic structure is what is driving it now, because the people who are in it, ab initio and then in the early days, have made a lot of money. And then people now look at it, look, why not join them? Either die or you make the money.
At the center of the discussion was the increasing connection between banditry, terrorism, and criminal economies. A trend experts say is fueling violence and deepening insecurity across several parts of the country.
Everybody is tired of the violence in Nigeria. The government is tired of the violence. The people are tired of the violence, and our partners also are tired of the violence. So there is no any other option, than for people to organize, come together, and with the government, for this violence to scale down.
Participants agreed that strengthening intelligence gathering and enhancing cooperation among government institutions, security agencies are essential steps toward breaking the cycle of violence.
The presidency says significant progress has been made towards the establishment of state police in Nigeria, with the constitutional amendment expected soon to provide the legal framework for its implementation. Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, disclosed this on Thursday while briefing State House correspondents after a consultative meeting on the state police held at the presidential villa in Abuja. According to Gbajabiamila, deliberations on the proposed state police structure began several months ago following directive from President Bola Tinubu and have now reached an advanced stage. He explained that the creation of state police requires extensive constitutional and legal considerations, stressing that the process cannot be rushed. Gbajabiamila noted that discussions among the presidency, the National Assembly, and security agencies have focused on developing a workable framework that would ensure the effective operation of state police across the country.
Establishing a state police is not something that you do with a wave of the hand or a snap of a finger. There's a lot involved in terms of constitution and legalities. And thank God now a lot of traction. We've gained a lot of traction. Hopefully the amendment will come shortly, and then the details of the amendment will come after that.
On Thursday forms part of ongoing consultation by the federal government and is aimed at developing a consensus-driven framework for decentralized policing in Nigeria. And that is the world news. I am Olamide Aroyomene. Thanks for staying with us.
The child shall in all circumstances be among the first to receive protection and relief in times of emergency and disaster.
UNICEF means the survival, development, and protection of children all over the world. Africa, Asia, South America, everywhere.
Ms. Hepburn traveled to virtually every area of the world where children and women are in need of assistance, giving them hope and comfort with her presence and tenderness.
I would like to read to you something very, very important, and it moves me deeply to have this privilege. The preamble to the Convention on the Rights of the Child. The child needs love and understanding, and shall have the right to grow up in an atmosphere of affection and security. The child shall be entitled to grow and develop in health, and shall have the right to adequate nutrition, housing, recreation, and medical services. The child is entitled to receive education and an opportunity to develop abilities in order to become a useful member of society.
Good day wherever you're watching. It's another time, another day, another episode of your security program, The Defender, coming to you from the stable of The Defender TV of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. And the program is aimed at highlighting the achievements of the Corps under the leadership of our Commandant General, Professor Hamid Abubakar Howdy, MNI OFR. The precondition to freedom is security, and on the program we'll be giving you security talk, security tips, security enlightenment, and every other security-related issue. I am Babawali Afolabi.
Join us for The Defenders, the show that has stronger and more prosperous Nigeria for all.
The Commandant General of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, Professor Ahmed Abubakar Howdy, has reiterated that the Corps occupies a unique and irreplaceable position within the nation's security architecture. Professor Howdy stated this during the opening ceremony of a two-day strategic training on implementation of operational deliverables and research methodology held in the Corps headquarters, Sauka, Abuja.
In his remarks, the NSCDC boss emphasized the Corps' critical mandates, which include safeguarding critical national assets and infrastructure, disaster management, intelligence gathering, and active community engagement. He highlighted the essence of the program, explaining that the initiative reflects management's commitment to strengthen institutional capacity through innovation, technology, and evidence-based decision-making.
This program is designed to explore and promote the adoption of research methodology and digitalization as critical enablers for achieving the core operational deliverables in alignment with the presidential priorities. Like I just said, it is an instruction and a directive by government, and there are some KPIs that have been designed for us to follow, in terms of what we do as per our mandate, and we are expected to do that, sequentially and logically.
Professor Audi stressed that modern security challenges require analytical solutions, skills, meaning that personnel must look beyond field competence to identify problems, conduct research, and generate practical solutions. Earlier, the commandant in charge of planning, research, and statistics, Commandant Peter Okluhu, reminded participants that the federal government assesses the NSCDC strictly by its statutory deliverables and charge officers to maintain the highest levels of professionalism in their reporting post-training. Echoing this sentiment, the head of Critical Thinking, Research and Innovation Unit, Dr. Ogunshola Folashade, noted that navigating today's dynamic security environment demands a blend of field competence and critical thinking. A major highlight of the workshop was the official induction and administration of the Oath of Allegiance to the newly appointed CRTI DEX officers, conducted by the NSCDC Head of Legal, Commandant Bamiyo Akomolafe. The two-day intensive training brought together participants from all 36 states command and the Federal Capital Territory, alongside representatives from all directorates, departments, and units at the national headquarters.
Every nation has a turning point, a moment when ordinary people rise to extraordinary purpose, not because they were asked to, but because they had to. For Nigeria, that moment came in the heat of conflict, when our unity was shaken and our people stood exposed.
The year was 1967. The Civil War has just begun. But even in the darkness, light emerged. From the rubble and fears, a group of brave Nigerians chose not to run. They chose to protect. No ranks, no rifle, only courage and convictions that every life matters. That was the beginning of what would become the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC.
From those humble efforts in Lagos, a volunteer force took shape, guiding citizens through sirens, shelter, and survival. By the 1970s, the movement gained structure, becoming the Lagos Civil Defense Committee, educating the public on emergency response and civil protection.
In 1984, it became the National Civil Defense Organization under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, now Ministry of Interior, playing vital role in disaster response, civil education, voluntary safety campaign across Nigeria. Still informal, still underfunded, but deeply respected.
In 2003, the National Assembly passed the NSCDC Act No. 2, legally establishing the Corps as a paramilitary institution empowered to protect lives, properties, and national infrastructures. The Act was later amended in 2007, further strengthening the Corps with authority to bear arms, make arrests, with or without warrants, and collaborate with other security agencies.
From volunteers to professionals, from whispers of hope to a structured civic shield. A corps born from crisis, now standing for peace. Under the pragmatic leadership of Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, MNI, OFR, the first professor to serve as the Commandant General, NSCDC entered a new era. Stronger training, smarter operations, and deeper community engagement. Across Nigeria, we now operate with discipline and direction through the elite formations like Agro Rangers, Safe School Initiative, Disaster Management, Anti-Vandalism, Female Squad, Mining Marshals, and Special Intelligence Squad, all serving with civility, compassion, and courage.
Beyond our borders, NSCDC is a proud member of the International Civil Defense Organization, ICDO, with its global headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland. A corps connected to global standards, yet firmly rooted in Nigerian soil.
From the ashes of 1967 to the strength of today, our journey has been shaped by sacrifice, guided by service, and anchored in trust. We are not just a corps in uniform, we are your neighbors, your defenders, your bridge between peace and panic. We are the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, defending the defenseless. Gentlemen of the press, we welcome you back to this environment and this company. A few days ago, we stood right here to expose a highly sophisticated syndicate that was systematically bleeding our nation by stealing, compressing, and recycling our critical national infrastructure. And they were alleged with case of conspiracy to commit felony, international endangering safety of persons traveling by railway, obstruction and injuring railway, damaging railway, failure to give notice or information to public officer, theft, dishonestly receiving stolen property, assisting in concealment of stolen property, giving support to terrorist groups for the commission of acts of terrorism and financing terrorism. Today, we have returned to these premises of Inner Galaxy Steel Company here in Banin Yero, Gabi local government, not just talking, but to execute the full weight of the law. Following the successful arrest and recoveries showcased during our last briefing, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, approached the court to secure the necessary legal instruments for the next phase of this operation. I'm pleased to inform you that we are here today armed with a valid court order and warrant authorizing the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense to officially secure and transfer every single vandalized railway sleepers and track recovered from these premises to the Nigeria Railway Corporation, where they will be preserved as vital exhibits for the upcoming prosecution. Furthermore, this facility will remain sealed until our investigation is concluded. The search warrant and court order also cover the sealing off of this headquarters of Inner Galaxy Steel Company, Jusing Integrity Industry Limited, located at Ala, Ukwa Village, Umahala Community, Obuzo Uku, Ukwa West Local Government Area of Abia State. Inner Galaxy Steel Company located at Pasha Lawaya, Guza, Zamfara State, and any other branch of Inner Galaxy Steel Company nationwide, so as to enable proper investigation into their alleged activities, as the arrested company staff confess that they normally move all vandalized railway materials and other critical national infrastructure materials for melting at the Aba headquarters office and other offices before recycling them into nails, roofing sheets, and so on. The Japanese nationals involved have been summoned by the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, but they are yet to appear. The Commandant General, Professor Hamid Abubakar Howdy, MNI-OFR, is urging members of the public to continue to collaborate with the Corps by sharing credible and timely information with the Corps that will assist in bringing such acts to an end. He has directed the Commandant in charge of Commandant General Special Intelligence Corps, Commandant Apollo Dandara, and operatives under his command to ensure diligence and professionalism in the handling of high-impact operations, emphasizing in the end all suspects found culpable will face the full wrath of the law. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps Commandant General reaffirms the Corps commitment to protecting critical national assets and infrastructure, vying to professionally reduce vandalism to the absolute minimum. Lastly, we would like to thank the judiciary for swift granting of this order, which enable us to protect these assets for further interference. We also want to thank the gentlemen of the press. Anytime we beckon on you, you're always here with us. We thank you so much. And apart from that, we thank you for showcasing the call as we protect all our critical national assets and infrastructure. And to all our innocent citizens out there, we want to use this opportunity to thank you. And we still need your collaboration. You know, security is a collective responsibility. These bad eggs in our society. They're not evil spirits, and they are people that live among us. So when you see them, please do that thing that you're supposed to do. We have a cliche at the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. That is, when you see something, please say something, and we will definitely do something about that. You know, in all the 36 states of the Federation, we have a command. It's being headed by commandants. And in all the 7 answers for local government, we have our divisions being headed by divisional officers. We security operatives, we are not magicians. Neither are we miracle workers. We feed on your information. So we'll be waiting to hear more from you. Thank you very much. God bless the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. As to remain Babawale Afalabi, the National PRO, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. Thank you very much.
The Benue State Command of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps has paraded 2 suspects arrested for alleged job racketeering. The suspects were apprehended in Makurdi after attempting to stage a fake data capturing exercise for unsuspecting applicants. The suspects, identified as 42-year-old Okpara Michael and 37-year-old John Ogu, were arrested for alleged criminal conspiracy at job racketeering. The state commandant disclosed that after preliminary investigation, the sum of 1,178,500 naira has been paid to one of the principal suspects, Okpara Michael, by some applicants. Items recovered from the suspects includes copies of application forms, passport photographs of the applicants, and a still camera.
My regret is that I regret of taking this decision, and I've learned my lesson, and I promise the personnel that they should have mercy on me, that this should be the last in my life. I will never do this again.
These suspects were arrested on the 30th of April 2026 at the Federal Secretariat here in Makurdi, in collaboration with sister security agencies, the Federal Fire Service, at about 14:05 hours. At the time of the arrest, exhibit found with these 2 suspects were a camera and some forms, some application forms. We want to admonish members of the public not to fall victim for these criminal elements who are going about collecting money from unsuspecting Nigeria.
We don't come again from Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. As soon as just they finish your exam now. Now this kind of time people go run, kitty kitty kata kata. Come tell una say they fit run and for una. Make una not give anybody una money. Ha! They go use the money go buy Christmas clothes for this Christmas now. Make you look, anybody when he take and anybody when he give. Now the same way they go catch them all. Moreover, as I don't talk on before, no wuru wuru, no mago mago. This whole process be like white paper, make you shine your eyes.
As the National PRO of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, I receive various calls on this ongoing recruitment exercise, most especially on job racketeering. And as you can see, the process is free, fair, and transparent. The CDC FIB are working tirelessly, making sure that you are part of us pretty soon. While the syndicates are out with a wicked game, using a good name to put us in deep shape. Don't buy the slot. Don't pay the fee. The NSCDC job is strictly free. And remember, when you say something,
you say something.
And we will do something.
According to the Akwa Ibom State Commandant, NSCDC, Geraldine Abetambe, an intelligence-led operation by the Corps led to the arrest of the Uyo coordinator and members of an organization operating under the name Uniquely Network Rescue Services. The raid was carried out at the group's training camp along Aka Road, Uyo. Items recovered include wooden guns, uniforms, training manuals, and recruitment forms. Preliminary investigations indicate the group allegedly conducted unauthorized paramilitary training, operated without a valid private guard company license, and extorted recruits while falsely claiming links to the United Nations.
We had an intelligence report, and our intelligence department swung into action about an organization conducting rigorous paramilitary-styled training for its recruits. On finding out what they are, they now brought out that they were linked with United Nations. They were operating without license. We find also that they were extorting Nigerians of funds. Their forms is sold for 6,000, their uniform is sold for 70,000, and they were collecting another fee of 350,000. They were also giving rigorous training using wooden guns to train, which raises the question of motive of this organization. They were also impersonating United Nations, UN.
Abetambe emphasized that only organizations duly licensed by the federal government through the NSCDC are permitted to provide private security services. She added that the 39 suspects comprising members and fresh recruits are being profiled as investigations continue.
You can use just normal training, and the training must be done by civil defense. It is our core mandate to train private guard company, but these people went on their own using wooden guns. The investigation is still ongoing.
Why I'm here today is still marvel me, because had it been I know that this organization was not registered, sir, you will not find me here.
The commandant urged parents and youths to avoid unlicensed groups, warning that all principal suspects will face prosecution as the Corps sustains efforts to safeguard public peace and security.
Operatives of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Kwara State Command, have intercepted a truck loaded with 36 tons of solid minerals suspected to be lithium and arrested 3 suspects over alleged illegal mining activities in the state. The state commandant, Abbas Mohammed, disclosed this during a press briefing and parade of the suspects in Ilorin, saying the operation is part of the Corps' renewed crackdown on illegal mining and economic sabotage across Kwara State. According to the commandant, the suspects, Musa Abdullahi, 45, Aliu Ibrahim, 20, and Ishaq Ibrahim, 51, all from Kefi in Nasarawa State, were arrested around 10 p.m. on Friday at the Okolo Express area of Ilorin. He said the suspect failed to provide valid mining license, waybills, or other legal documents authorizing the possession and transportation of the suspected mineral resources.
The Kwara State Command of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps has arrested 3 suspects in connection with suspected illegal mining and unlawful transportation of solid mineral resources. The suspects are Musa Abdullahi, age 45 years, Aliu Ibrahim, 20 years, and Ishaq Ibrahim, 51 years, all from Kefi, Nasarawa State. The suspects were arrested by operatives of the Mines and Steel Unit attached to the Special Patrol Team of the Command during an intelligence-driven operation targeting illegal mining activities and economic sabotage. The arrest took place on Friday, 22nd May 2026, at about 22 hours along Jeba Expressway, Okolo axis, Ilorin. During the operation, a truck with registration number DKA 990XJ, Kaduna State, conveying about 36 tons of substance suspected to be lithium ore, was intercepted by the operatives. Preliminary investigation revealed that the suspects could not provide any valid mining license, waybill, or legal document authorizing the movement and possession of the mineral resources. Investigation is still ongoing to determine the actual source and ownership of the suspected minerals, identify other individuals connected to the transaction, and establish the mining company involved.
The NSCDC says the suspects will be prosecuted in accordance with the law after the conclusion of investigations.
My name is Olatunji Disu. I am the Inspector General of Police. I am here today to cement the relationship between us and the civil defense. The people are the bosses. Keep on watching the defenders.
Security is the collective responsibility of every citizen. No service has a monopoly of any strategy. Now that the 3 C's are conspicuously noticed among security agencies: collaboration, cooperation, and coordination, I'd like to enjoin all security agencies to strengthen this collaboration so that together we can provide safety and security for Nigerians and for Nigeria. My name is Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, OFR MNI, Commandant General, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Please keep watching the defenders.
In all the 30 states of the Federation, we have a command being headed by a commander. And in all the 744 local governments, we have a division being headed by a divisional officer. And in 80% of all the divisions, we have a household. Why? Because we're bringing security down to the grassroots level. If you notice anything strange in your local area, endeavor to walk into any of these divisions or commands. These were drawing the curtain on this week's edition of the program. After the mean, Babawadi Afalani. When you see something, please say something. Bye for now.
And welcome to Gender Agenda, where leadership, policy, power, and people intersect, and where the conversation shaping Nigeria's future takes center stage. My name is Adora Sidney Jack. You're welcome. Now, this evening, the theme is both timely and critical. 2027 and beyond, reimagining political parties for women's inclusion. As conversations around the 2027 elections begin, questions around women's political participation remain urgent. Despite making up nearly half of Nigeria's population, women remain significantly underrepresented in leadership and elective office, facing barriers such as political violence, exclusion, limited funding, and cultural bias. While countries like Rwanda and South Africa continue to strengthen women's inclusion in politics, Nigeria still struggles with low female representation. And now this raises an important question. Can democracy truly be inclusive if women are excluded from the spaces where decisions are made? Now, joining us this evening is Honorable Tari Oba, PhD, former female presidential aspirant under the PDP, former gubernatorial and House of Representatives aspirant, and executive director of the Tari Oba Foundation. Now, her political journey offers deep insight into the realities women face within Nigeria's political trajectory and its system, and what must change ahead of 2027. And here today on Gender Agenda, we also pause to condemn the recent abductions of students and teachers in parts of the country, including the attacks in Oyo and Borno State. These tragic incidents remind us that schools must remain safe spaces for learning and not for fear. We call on government, indeed, and security agencies to please intensify rescue, prioritize efforts, and strengthen protection for children and communities across Nigeria. And indeed, as we continue this important conversation on leadership, governance, inclusion, and security, one thing remains clear. The future of Nigeria depends on how well we protect and how well we'll empower its people, especially women and children. Well, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break. Stay with us.
My name is Tari Oba Oliver, and I am a Nigerian. I will tell you why. I was born in Lagos. My father is from Delta. My mother is from Bayelsa. My grandmom is from Oyo. My paternal grandmom, she's from Benue State. My husband is from Imo State, and I am a Nigerian. I am here standing to tell you that the permanent solution to our problem is to give the power back to the local government. It is not a coincidence that we have representatives from the 774 local government right here as the delegates. It is the time to take the power back to the local government. If we have a security system that is based on the local government structure, Nigeria will be secured. If we have electricity at the local government level, Nigeria will have light. And if we have technology where every community has access to internet, we will do well as a nation. So I am here to tell you, this is the time for the power to go back to the women in the community, to the youth. We have over 18 million out of school children. They need to be back in school. I have no money, silver and gold I have none, but I am standing here as Esther in the hand of Mordecai. It is in your hands, it is in your hands, it is in your hands to vote for me tonight and make history. Will you be part of history making as history will be made tonight? I count on you, my delegates. I count on you, my elders. Will you vote for a woman? Vote for me. Thank you and God bless you. My name is Tari Oba Oliver, and I am a Nigerian. I will tell you why. I was born in Lagos. My father is from Delta. My mother is from Bayelsa. My grandmom is from Oyo. My paternal grandmom, she's from Benue State. My husband is from Imo State. And I am a Nigerian. I am here standing to tell you that the permanent solution to our problem is to give the power back to the local government. It is not a coincidence that we have representatives from the 774 local government right here as the delegates. It is the time to take the power back to the local government. If we have a security system that is based on the local government structure, Nigeria will be secured. If we have electricity at the local government level, Nigeria will have light. And if we have technology where every community has access to internet, we will do well as a nation. So I am here to tell you, this is the time for the power to go back to the women in the community, to the youth. We have over 18 million out of school children. They need to be back in school. I have no money, silver and gold I have none, but I am standing here as Esther.
Well, thank you for staying with us. And there's our guest. Good evening, Nora Novotaris. Good to have you.
Good evening, Adora.
Thank you.
Nice
Please
to
sit
be
down.
here.
Nice to see you. All right, so we saw you vituperating on the stage that day. You know, vote for me, take the power back to the local government. It's time for women to be given a chance. And we have seen you come out time and time again. First, you contested for governorship, and then you attempted presidency. You have done state assembly, you've done House of Rep. So you have gone through all the cadres when you talk about women running for office and trying to really, and you've served also as a technical advisor to the Bayelsa state government. So now, having contested at different levels of Nigeria's political system, from the presidency to the governorship to House of Rep, from your experience, how would you rate inclusiveness in political parties at this moment?
Dr. Dora, thank you for having me. And I would say that the journey doesn't stop, right? It's fierce, it's difficult, you need to keep trying. I remember when I first attempted to contest. This was a councillorship more than 20 years ago. We were all told to step down, step aside, wait for your turn. And I realized that the turn never comes. It never came. I mean, all of the people that at that time, I was just about 18, I dared to run, and they said, okay, you're too young. But at that time, there were people that were about 30, 40, 50, and I'm talking to you now, they're still waiting. So the time never comes. You just need to fight. You need to fight for what you believe in, because I believe that Nigeria can actually be better. We can have a better country. I tell people all the time, this is not the way to be alive. I mean, this is not how to live. Children are living in fear, parents are living in fear, children are abducted, and the politicians are going about the business as if nothing has happened, as if it doesn't matter. Like, seriously, I doubt if we had female leaders in position. I do not think that they will address these issues just like this. So it means that the men really actually don't care. And when they say women should step aside, okay, we have stepped aside, we have left it for you guys. 27 years of democracy, we have not improved. Not one thing is better. Not even one thing. Even the protection of lives of properties, let's even assume that you're not doing anything economically to even improve the lives of citizens. What about security? I mean, money is not the problem. You guys are alive, you are not dead, so you cannot tell me the brains are not functioning. It's functioning. So what is happening? What is actually happening in this country? Today is the National Day of Mourning, prayers and cries and everything. So what? Women are praying. We are praying. So what else do we need to do?
So what do you think are the biggest political structural barriers for women in politics, whether it is at the political party level or at the administrative level?
You know, the barrier starts from the family, goes on to the community, goes on to the political, and every strata, there is a barrier for a woman. For instance, Nigerian women, when you are married, you are expected that you are domiciled in wherever your husband comes from or wherever you guys are settled. So that means you want to contest where you're located because it's easier for you to connect to the people. And most times they will tell you, oh, you're not from here. This is where your husband is from. go back to your place. And by the time you go back to your place, they tell you, oh, you're married. You cannot contest here. Leave it for the sons of this land. So you find out that when the women are able to navigate the family background and the community acceptability of, okay, they even allow you to run, then you come to the political space. And right now, this very democracy and this very government has made it even worse. Because right now there's consensus. Consensus is kicking out all of the women. They are not even given a fair chance to even contest. A lot of my women are calling, they're asking them to step down. Step down for who? For people that migrated.
So you're saying that these primaries are a sham in itself?
It is, actually, to a large extent. To a large extent, because, and it is, I'm not going to say it's targeted at women. Most of what is happening now, the men themselves also did not plan it, to be fair to them. Yes, because we've not had a democracy that has tried to cripple opposition like what we have today. So you can see that my party, the PDP, technically has broken into 5 political parties right now. We are still bonded together, but
which are?
I mean, we have PDP APM, we have PDP NDC, we have PDP, we have PDP ADC, and of course we have the other wing, which is the PDP APC. There are very, very few who believe that this government should continue. But the bulk of us believe that, no, they've not done anything that they deserve to continue. And so we must collaborate, and whatever platform, we even have PDP Accord, I forgot to mention that.
So that's 6?
Yes, right now. So, but ultimately, I believe that when it comes to the presidential, we're going to collaborate and come up with something that can challenge the sitting government.
We're hopeful for that collaboration.
Yes.
But as a woman who has navigated politics, your own personal experiences, the high stakes of politics, the negotiation, the back-end conversation, I mean, what shaped your understanding, and what are the lessons that you can share, especially as women who were dabbling into politics for the first time, are getting the baptism of fire, and they're like, what? I paid for my form, I went for screening, my name is not on the list, So what are your experiences, and how does it shape the young woman who is out there trying to learn?
So I've spent the last 3 weeks counseling, crying with people, and appealing to them that welcome to the club, this is how it is. In politics, you need to get used to failure. You need to get used to the system. You need to be strong. You just need to be strong, because this is you find out that the leaders that were there when you were working, because you see, women do the bulk of the job. We do the mobilization, we do the sensitization. Now, it's time for voters awareness, and voters registration is ongoing. And we as women, we did all the grassroots work. Getting people, mobilizing people, creating the awareness that is important for you to vote, because you cannot give up and say, okay, because the system is bad, so therefore you're not going to vote. This is the only legal right you have to change the government. So we do all of that work, and at the end of the day, a man comes in, brings in some money, and the leader sits you down and say, you know what, Ada, you are a good daughter, you are our daughter, we know you, just calm down, just wait, and this is what has been happening. But I tell the women, you know what, you can also not fight the leaders, because at some point, or at every point, you need them. And they are even kind enough in some instances to appeal to you. Some of them will just not even let you know what is happening. You will just come up and you find out that your name is not on the list. You find out that the location for the primaries have been changed. You find out that everything, but the fact that they are even decent enough to call your attention to say, you know what, you can't get this now.
Isn't that the important time for women to now renegotiate? Because what I often see is that when push comes to shove and women are asked to step down, they are often not prepared with a renegotiation plan on the table. So what can women begin to do? Because I see it in the boys' club. There is tit for tat. So how do we begin to look at that? And who speaks for the women in the spaces where we have godfathers?
Okay, so now we need the godmothers to start stepping up and taking their spaces and speaking for women. Because at the end of the day, most of the times when these negotiations are ongoing, it is the godfathers that actually, just do what we do, they negotiate on your behalf. But now we don't have godmothers that can negotiate for us. And women are soft, you know, women are calm, women are not violent. Most of the men, they negotiate because they know what can come back to them. They understand that this person is not going to take this bullshit. This person can deal with them. That is the truth. So at the end of the day, they negotiate sometimes out of fear, not out of courtesy. But because they know that the women are not violent, women are peace-loving people, they just tell you, okay, don't worry, we're gonna come back to you. And most times, I tell people 24 hours in politics is a very long time. You may even begin a negotiation with somebody today, and tomorrow the person has been removed. And tomorrow you come, they tell you, oh, the person you negotiated with has decamped. So you have to start from the beginning. You have to start from the scratch. So what happens when you have negotiated with somebody in the morning, in the evening the person has decamped from the party? So there's no accountability, there's nobody to hold on to. Then you start from the scratch.
So where should INEC come into all of it? Because I remember that INEC had, you know, passed or sort of realized a gender policy within its metrics. But people say it's not been domesticated, we're not seeing it come to fruition. Is there supposed to be some level of compliance mechanisms from people like INEC, from the legislature? What can we do to hold parties accountable on inclusion?
Yes, on inclusion, because there's this 35% affirmative action that has not been implemented. It's implemented on the papers, but practically is not working. So if there's a way that it can become a law so that parties are held responsible, that 35% of your positions must go to women across all boards.
So that's outside the reserve seats demand.
Outside the reserve seats. Outside the reserve seats, actually. Because if that is done, if it becomes a law, then we know that women are good. And at the same time, because of the level of violence in politics, in my state, for instance, in Bayelsa, there was a time my former governor, the now leader of the NDC, attempted to bring in 6 women into the State House of Assembly. What happened? There was so much violence, shooting and everything that more than half of those women lost their seats and the party lost. So now you see parties...
So violence is
a major instrument. It's a major instrument because it's not that the men don't want to bring in women. It's not like they don't know that women have something to bring to the table. No, that's not the conversation. They are afraid of losing because women, I mean, a governor or anybody that is the godfather is not going to come and fight your election for you. And women, I mean, when I was contesting for State House of Assembly, some guys came to me and said, I should buy groundnuts. And I actually innocently bought groundnuts. They said, no, Mama, this is not what they are talking about. I said, what are you talking about? They said, they're talking about bullets. I'm like, you want to kill people? They said, you want to kill them, you won't win. You know, so this is the reality, and women cannot.
So you should arm them to protect you.
Exactly. Women cannot deal with all this kind of things. So they say, well, if you are doing good girls, you will not win the election. And just truly, the way they said it, that was what happened. So you see, there are so many undiscussed issues in politics that is not out there, but it's internally there. Violence is a major factor. And women are, you know,
not
women
just
are not,
finance.
Yes, women are, finance, yes. But you know, even if you have the money, you're not going to go buy weapons with them. You know, you look at the case of Iweti just recently. Somebody that is a sitting senator.
Even the primaries in Ekiti State.
Exactly. So there are so many cases to mention. Yes, we know that women need more money. If there are policies in place to fund women, then we know that, okay, that aspect is taken care of. But you see, the aspect of violence is a constitutional matter. It's something that the government has to deal with. You will not leave that for INEC, you will not leave that for political parties. Because if we are in a country where people can get away with violence, no accountability, people are not held to account of what they do, then they will continue. It's not like they can, they will continue.
So there's this, you know, perhaps will I say fear, even the third-person narrative fear, and I call it passed-on trauma, where you hear young women who say, oh, I want to run, but my family says no, it's dangerous. Oh, I want to run, but they say, are you tough enough? Oh, I want to run, you want to go and join politicians, it will masculinize you. What will be the advice that you would want to give a Nigerian young woman who wants to go into elections, the political environment in 2020?
So what I always tell people is that the country of our dreams, what we want, the Nigeria we want to see, we are the ones that will fix it. Nobody's coming to save you. We're going to fix it by ourselves. And you cannot fix it through fear. You cannot fix it through chickening out of the system. Because look at the children that were kidnapped. Were they contesting for election? The women that have been brutalized, were they contesting for election? So if you are in a system that is not working, if you like, hide under your bed. If you like, come to the war front. You're going to, if the bullet is going to meet you, it's going to meet you. And a lot of people call me and like, are you not afraid? You're a young woman, you've been in this space. I'm like, I better die.
Since you were 16, I reckon.
18. Since I was 18, I'd rather die doing something than fold my hands and do nothing. I watch the country that I love, the country of my dreams, what I want to see for my children. I'm afraid for our little girls. I'm afraid for our children. We have over 20 million out-of-school children. The government is not doing anything. We have a very high percent. We are second largest in the world. Children with stunted growth. Children are not feeding well. What are we talking about? So every young woman, I believe that to rescue this country is in your hands. You cannot do that by being afraid. After all, who's alive in Nigeria right now? It's just how to be alive.
So just as we let you go, because I see the passion, and one would say it's easier said than done. But talking about it and saying it is the first process, so we must commend you. But what would be if you wanted to redesign the Nigeria of your dreams, I've heard you say a few things, or redesign the Nigerian political party systems, what would be your first major 3 advice and changes that you would want to see them make?
You know, when I contested the last time, I had the set agenda. And I still have that in my mind, and I believe that that is the way to go. If you fix security, you fix electricity, and you deploy technology, I'm sure we're good to go. You see, we talk about, okay, the healthcare sector, education. You cannot project how much you need in education, in healthcare, in all these sectors without technology. So the government should stop acting blind and actually step up to that responsibility. That is all I have to say. And I believe that Nigeria needs the United States of Nigeria, where every state can be independent and contribute something, not having Bambielas come to Abuja to collect money like they are helpless.
I wonder who the Bambielas are. But first, are you contesting again in 2027?
Yes, I am.
You are?
Yes.
And are we going to see a female president eventually?
By the grace of God.
All right. We wish you all the best, and we're rooting for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we've been joined by, of course, Honorable Tari Oba, PhD, and she was a former female presidential aspirant under the PDP and former gubernatorial and House of Rep, State Assembly, councillorship. You name it, she's been across all the ecosystems of electioneering. And we want to say thank you and all the best ahead. And that United States of Nigeria that you have in mind, I'm sure a lot of Nigerians echo it as well. All the best. But that's so much I can take today on Gender Agenda. And like she said, the PDP now has 6 factions of PDP. Whichever one will emerge at the presidential, we will yet to know, and perhaps it will be hers that we will be rooting for. But in the meantime, see you again next week. And please, let's stop the violence against women of any kind. Women are the bottom bearers of crisis, of terrorism, and at the same time, we try as much as possible not to make them look like they are not part of a system that when their capacity and numbers speak much of the volume and not on the policy table. Women deserve to be on the table. And again, I say again, pass the reserved seats for women's bill now. My name is Adora Sidney Jack. See you again next week.
All across the nations, all around the world, women are longing to be free. No longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere.
Healthy. Will really enjoy living near. And this is a big step toward keeping agriculture going in a metropolitan area. Farming basically means at the end of the year, hopefully you paid all your bills. But that doesn't mean you have any money left to start the next season unless you happen to have such a good season. CSA is a great fit for our farm. I think I have about 600 CSA members.
Happy to be here. We're so blessed, yes.
My father used to borrow $25,000 at the beginning of the season and pay it back to the bank in September. Instead of that now, we ask our customers if we can borrow that money, and they give it to us in February and willingly, and then we pay them back in vegetables through the season. They have 3 different size shares, mini, regular, and robust. If you're a mini share, you get 6, and you just come and pick out whatever 6 things you want, and if you decide you want 6 bags of tomatoes, you get 6 bags of tomatoes.
Oh my gosh, the produce is so fresher, has better flavor. And you get to pick and choose what you want to use. It is just wonderful.
When you do something the same for 20 years or 15 years or 10 years and you keep coming once a week to somebody's house every week, they're going to get to be like family.
Bye. We should have gone to Spencer.
Hey guys, I'm sorry.
So the farmers market part of our business is roughly 40%. So we're very dependent on it.
We do have some spinach. It's in the back corner there.
We go to 5 markets a week for 30 weeks of the year, and one of them we go year-round. 20 weeks of the year, though, we don't have a market, really. So we make as much money as we can in those 30 weeks.
So much, and there is your $100. We're happy to be back.
I think to be better people, it's because you want the opportunities to come up.
Yes, those videos there about the plans, the documentation process for Nigerians who have indicated interest to depart from South Africa. You could see those young children there at the Nigerian High Commission in Pretoria. Pretoria is the capital of South Africa, not too far from Johannesburg, where not a few Nigerians will be heading back home. The Nigerian authorities have made the progress. They said they've tried to ensure that those who have said they want to leave, over 4,000 Nigerians have registered interest to leave South Africa. The reason? The xenophobic tensions in that country. We're not unaware of some community activists, South Africans, who have given a June the 30th deadline for all undocumented illegal migrants. That's what they say. Although the IOM, the International Organization for Migration, says it is irregular migration. Those activists have said, leave our country by the 30th of June. So our expectation is that the Nigerian authorities will follow suit like Ghana has done. Ghana has already made efforts. Last Wednesday, it brought its citizens back home. And they said the evacuation of Ghanaians will continue. Nigeria, good step. We've started the process, documenting those who want to leave. Now begin the flights. Let the airlift commence. That's the encouragement. I recall that in the last 4 editions of this program, we have touched on this issue, very pertinent. South Africa and Nigerians, Ghanaians, Mozambicans, all other persons who are African extraction, who live there, who've made that place home, but they have issues around that documentation. So the issue around issues around brotherly love. Let's see how it fares. But what we will always say on this program is that things that are illegal must be said to be illegal. The closure of people's shops, the harassment, the beatings, and all the illegal takeovers of people's shops, because they are illegal, those things must stop. South Africa needs to do a lot more. Now, let's get to something we have to talk about on the program. The program is Global Matters. I am Shola Jaisimi. President Zelensky of Ukraine has said himself and Vladimir Putin of Russia need to have face-to-face talks to end the war. The war will be in its 5th year by next February, because all attention is now what's happening in Iran, the war in Gaza, and all of that. So that's what Zelensky has said. Let's play you this report about the request by President Volodymyr Zelensky that, look, he needs to have those talks face-to-face with Putin of Russia.
The letter also provided an invitation. It is not a new offer from Ukraine's leader. As it has before, the Kremlin responded, saying Zelensky was welcome to meet Putin in Moscow. Speaking to foreign journalists in St. Petersburg, without apparently having seen the content of the letter, Putin said he was certainly prepared and willing to reach an agreement with Ukraine, but said compromises needed to be made. Putin suggested that as Trump was busy with Iran, the EU could talk Zelensky into surrendering territory. Putin's long-standing position has been that Ukraine should withdraw from 4 regions largely occupied by Russia and give up its efforts to join NATO. Ukraine has ruled out ceding territory, saying it would embolden Russia to invade again, as it had in 2022 when it launched its full-scale war 8 years after illegally annexing Crimea. Ceasefire negotiations have stalled in recent months, and previous peace talks in Geneva, Abu Dhabi, and Istanbul have failed. On Friday, Ukrainian authorities said at least 4 people had been killed in a Russia strike on the offices of a food company outside Kyiv.
So there you have it, direct talks proposed by Zelensky of Ukraine. We have a Ukrainian journalist who has been giving us perspectives since this war broke out in February of 2022. Anna Basova, she joins me from Kyiv. So Anna, yes, how are people reacting in Kyiv and other parts of Ukraine to the proposal by your president that for the war to end, himself and Vladimir Putin must have face-to-face talks?
First of all, thank you, Shola, for inviting me. I'm always glad to present Ukraine on your TV air. People in Ukraine are so skeptical about any peacekeeping initiatives that are announced, because we all understand that while Putin is alive, while he is in power, the war will never stop, and the hot phase of it will not stop either, because Putin is obsessed with Ukraine, and the aim of his life is to destroy Ukraine as a sovereign state and to join the lands so that they become another part of Russian Federation, or to revive the Soviet Union, I don't know. But this letter that Zelensky has written is a kind of political and diplomatic trap, or trolling, as you wish. Of course, it's not it doesn't oblige to anything, and from one hand, Putin will never react on this, as he considers Zelensky kind of a clown, a kind of a drug addict. This is what he called him in the beginning of the full-scale war. On the other hand, he cannot leave this without any reaction, and if not agreeing on a face-to-face meeting, he would somehow show that he's afraid of Zelensky, and this might also be like a negative effect on his political rating. Of course, we all know that there are no elections in Russia, and the political rating is a kind of an epiphenomenon that no one cares about. But still, we now see that Putin is in a weaker position than even a year ago. He's weaker at the battlefront. I mean, Russian army is not advancing anymore as they used to. He's weaker in economical situation. Russian economics is stagnating fully. He's weaker in political situation, as Russia tends to be more and more dependent from China. In addition, they have less import from Iran now, etc., etc. Okay. I can talk a lot on this topic. And therefore, I think he will have to react somehow, especially that Zelensky warned, either you agree on our meeting or something will happen to you. It's not direct threatening, but somehow sort of. I cannot be sure if Ukraine is preparing something or not, but who knows?
Okay, so my next question to you is this. By February next year, Anna, this war will be in its 5th year, the longest war in Europe for, in about 30 years, if you remove that, we happened in the Balkan region. All of you in that country, how war-weary are you? Are you not looking up to a resolution so that you can go back to your normal life? Because as you sit in your living room there, I know you've had situations where anytime something just drops on the roof and everybody's running helter-skelter.
Well, of course, we are probably the most people willing in the world to see the end to this war. And of course, be in expectation that something will fall on your roof. It's not the best condition to live your life. But on the other hand, Ukrainians are so well prepared for any catastrophe, for any cataclysm, and they are so willing to carry on living in a free state with the freedom of speech, with the liberal rules of conducting business, with visa-free regime with the EU. They will never ever surrender any of these points to Russia, because becoming Russian colony will mean coming back to Soviet traditions. And I'm pretty sure that no one in Ukraine, unless among the adequate part of the population, no one wants to come back to the early 90s, when we had nothing to buy food for, and although I was a child, I remember those times. When we couldn't travel outside, even to the border in Poland. So if talking about whether we want to carry on with war, of course we don't. But do we want to surrender our territories to Russia? No, we don't want it even more.
Okay, so that's what you say. The Ukrainians are saying you do not want to surrender your territory to Russia and that you're tired of war. Anna Basova, thank you so much for giving me your perspectives on this war. To be 5 years in February, and we all hope that you all keep safe as resolution of this war is what not a few, even in Africa, we know it's affecting us. Wheat, which your country produces in large volumes and exports to Africa. Thank you for your perspective, Anna.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to be looking at all of these issues around geopolitics, wars, and how to resolve them. Communication is a key aspect. If people communicate, they'll be able to resolve their disputes, whatever those disputes may be, and however long they may have been, in there. If people communicate, they can resolve them. So I'm going to be giving a perspective now to someone who is an academic. He's a researcher in geopolitical communication. Incidentally, I would say he's next door to where Anna Basova is. He's in Moscow, the capital of Russia. He's a Nigerian, and he joins me now from Moscow. Dr. Jamiu Mohammed is my guest. Thank you, Dr. Jamiu Mohammed, for joining me on the program this evening, all the way from Moscow, where you are.
Thank you for having me. And I say good afternoon or good evening to Nigerians.
Yes, it's about 7:12 p.m. in Moscow where you are, 5:12 p.m. here. So let's launch straight into it, Dr. Jamiu. I want to tail off from what Anna Basova said. She's a journalist. She's giving her perspectives. You're an academic in communication. You look at all the other sides of the whole issues. I won't go straight into this special military operation, as the Russian authorities like to call what is happening in Ukraine. But these talks, direct face-to-face talks, which Volodymyr Zelensky has proposed, for those of you in Moscow, you look at what the establishment and the state is saying. What has been the reaction of the Duma and the Kremlin to these proposals, from what you know?
So like you said, you've already stated it from the beginning about the fact that I am an academic and I'm a foreigner in another land who focuses only on research and on education. That's what I do. And most of my research is based on geopolitics, especially in Africa. However, as someone who lives in Russia, of course, we will know what is going on, and we are also following what is going on keenly. As people who also, one way or the other, what is going on may be affected or affecting one way or the other. I can't say much on it since I'm not an official spokesperson of this the particular state. However, I would say that if the state is saying that they are also expecting and they are looking forward to have this interaction, I wouldn't say it is it's not right or they are only playing with the other side. I will not say that because this is a country where I've been living and I've been in this particular place for the past for 10 years.
Wow.
And other than my academic work, I also see what's going on when it comes to politics. I would say that the gesture so does not look like the Kremlin wants this conflict to continue. I will not say that. I will say that the gesture here also shows that there is a need, and they're also looking forward to see how this can come to an end. And for us to see what has been coming up, you can see indirectly from different communication between the United States and all their party, especially those who have shown not in an aggressive manner to Moscow. You can see that Moscow is not saying that they don't want peace or they don't want this to come into an end. You see that their gesture towards those who have shown kind of a friendship to them, who are not really trying to throw them away totally, that they also see that there's possibility of seeing a light behind this. You can see that they are telling them that it's possible. So I would say that this is possible. But if we should look at it, I am looking forward to what you actually propose to discuss with. I will have said look at it from other broader perspectives, from the angle of communication and geopolitical communication. So let's to look at the fact that when we say geopolitical communication and what is going on around almost everyone, for some of us in academics and those who are within the geopolitics or information disorder, that we will be talking about misinformation and information manipulation.
Exactly.
We know that lots of this.
Exactly. So let's get into that space now. You're a communication researcher. I'm a communication expert. I'm practicing and we disseminate. So let's launch into that aspect of our discuss right now. geopolitics, because, we know about, some of us, I did mass communication first degree, so, we have this thing about the hegemony of who has the narrative. And we know what is happening between, the Western powers now. The Eastern Bloc is saying you can't control the flow of information and communication. And everybody is raising up different media outlets and even, having those they call, I won't use the word, but let me say propagandists. And they've changed it now. They call it influencers to push their various narratives. This battle between all the sides in a multipolar world, who would you say is having the edge in terms of pushing up narratives that suit their own perspectives?
You mean in general, in the world, or you're talking about?
Generally, yes.
So, if we talk about geopolitical communication, one is there are some key things people are not paying attention to when we talk about geopolitical communication, even though it has ever been playing a very strategic position when it comes to diplomacy. When we say geopolitical communication, we're talking about how information, how messaging, how interactions are shaping the soft power or the diplomacy. But we are not paying much attention to the digital parts that has come in that we'll be calling digital diplomacy. Anyone who has the power, who is in control of a narrative on digital space, tends to be the one who is in charge of the information, especially when it comes to war or when it comes to peace. Whether you're talking about channeling or working towards war, or you are looking at working towards peace, anyone who is able to dominate this space and able to use it effectively will be the one that will say has the power and the one that is leading. That is one reality. Now, let's take a look at something regarding what happened in Nigeria some time ago when the American came into Nigerian territory and they did whatever they want to do, they finished whatever they want to do. Our own the country, our own state, they are still talking about we have some things we are discussing, we have a diplomacy we are discussing, we have a way in working on this. They were doing that behind the ground. And what happened from the United States of America? Something is happening digitally. He has already tweeted. The Twitter is there, communication is there. Before they will be able to solve anything behind the door, what he has already set out via the digital technology is already taking place and changing the way things will look and how it will go. Meaning, people from the public will start talking, they'll be discussing, they will be looking at it from different angles, which can entirely also change what will even happen on the table of negotiation in diplomacy. So digital diplomacy matters a lot in the world we live today. So paying attention to it and using it well will mean that you truly have the power when it comes to information space.
So, because you touched on diplomacy as a key aspect and the need for everybody concerned, because every nation is sovereign, but we know, like the Animal Farm, George Orwell told us almost 80 years ago that some animals are bigger than some other animals. That's what George Orwell said in that his literary classic, Animal Farm. The issue of multipolarism and propaganda, misinformation, disinformation. Some hold the view that some countries in the world are just so true that they don't tell lies, they don't engage in propaganda. Can you speak to that?
You see, that is a total lie. Almost everyone participates in propagandistic tool or the usage. And one reality, one thing when we talk about multipolarism, when we talk about this issue between the East and the West, there's something called what they call manipulative information, or what they call a way of there's something they understand that you can use a fact information. They know that a lot of people they are looking forward to have information. You want to read, you are looking at a factual information. You know that when you go to the news, that is a news outlet that is an established one, you're thinking that maybe you get a factual information there. You know that when you go to a book, you get a factual information there. You know that when you watch a documentary, you get a factual information there. And there's something called infiltrating or manipulating factual information now. So they manipulate, they understand what it means to manipulate factual information in order to dominate others. So that is why the power of media and information literacy matters in this today's world than any other thing. And one thing that really worries me that we are not really paying attention to in the global south, especially let's say in Africa, is that we are not paying attention to the fact that we have become a battlefield for propaganda, information manipulation, and misinformation, and all this. Africa has become a place for it. Why? The reason Africa becomes a place and become a battlefield for even information war is that, one, we do not have our own strong alternative media. Any media we want to produce, it will still be through the larger other media of this West in order to communicate something to them.
Okay, why need to mention of this East?
I intentionally use Africa first, but if we should talk about East in itself, you and I know that East has 1 or 2 or 3 alternative media. There's Al Jazeera there. Al Jazeera has been alternative media, even for us in Africa. For us to have something to really say, to say that it is different from what the West has already brought up, we will use Al Jazeera as an alternative media. The question is for us in Africa, what alternative media do we have to communicate ourselves and to even receive an information without it being manipulated? That's another thing. So we don't have the one to use in communicating to them in the West, and we don't have the one to use to even receive information for us over here in Africa. Let's even go to West Africa.
Yeah.
One thing we want to say is that, yes, language will be a barrier.
Correct.
Which particular dominator, which particular media can we say is a dominant in Nigeria that dominates a West African country? What we will say is that language barrier is there. And I will ask you, is language barrier not there for Al Jazeera? Al Jazeera English is the one that we know all over the world, but they have Al Jazeera Arabic.
Correct.
Meanwhile, Al Jazeera English still works all around. Let's ask, maybe in Ghana, do we have a particular media in Ghana that a Nigerian cannot go without a day without listening to, in order to say we have an alternative media that is dominating West Africa, not talking even Africa? All these contribute to how we're able to even shape all this information war. Without us having any strong alternative media, we will continue to become a battlefield for information war. What does it mean to have to become a battlefield for information war? Anything they have manipulated. If you say, I just listened to what Anna just reported from Ukraine. I also have other alternative sources, as I live in Moscow, that I know what is going on there. Then someone from Russia or someone from the United States of America will give you something that will follow their own narrative. Remember, we're talking about geopolitical communication. Correct. It is all about narrative. It is all about who is able to tailor a particular story in a way that you will accept it. So we are the one receiving from the two sides. We have now been forced to go to here or to go there based on the type of narrative we receive, because we only use their source more to form our knowledge and opinion. So this is a very big one we really need to work on.
So in a few seconds, as we wind down, Dr. Jamiu Mohammed, Africa has the task of ensuring it builds its own ecosystem so that it can push its stories out there the way they ought to be and the way they are.
Yes. So that's the key. In fact, let me quickly touch on something, even for Nigeria.
Yeah.
When we say border, what comes to the minds of almost everyone in the global south or even Nigeria? We're talking about geographical or physical border. We are not even talking about whether it is land, whether it is air, whether it is water. We are not even thinking about digital border, which is the major one. When we talk about porous border, we're talking about digital. It is much more complex than that one we think of. When you talk about bandits, we have more digital bandits than the one we see and we know. All these, we are not really looking into it until we really need to know how to organize states. Maybe as a Nigeria, we must have our own information, strong information ecosystems that works on controlling and structuring our information ecosystem. Another thing that matters most and bigger than any of this is that we need to work towards strong media and information literacy tools, skills. For media consumer, for governance, for almost all the stakeholders. That's this period is the time we need it most than any other time.
Okay, Dr. Jamiu Mohammed, a researcher and an assistant professor of geopolitical communication at the RUDN University. That's the the Russian acronym for the Patrice Mulumba University. Thank you for joining me on the program, Prof.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. So we'll continue to talk about global international issues on this program. That's what this program is for. We'll bring you different perspectives from the West, from the East, from the South, from the North. We'll talk about all of these things. And my expectation is that by next week, Nigerians who want to leave South Africa would have been put on those planes and that they'll be back home. Shola Jaismi is my name. Thank you for watching the program.
Zelensky makes his taunt and peace talks offer in letter to Putin. And UK watchdog indict Andrew Mountbatten Windsor over lease of royal property. And 50 die of thirst in Sahara Desert. This is the world news on AIT. I am Olamide Ario. Welcome. Volodymyr Zelensky has called for a face-to-face meeting between himself and Vladimir Putin in a renewed bid to end the war. In an open letter to the Russian president, the Ukrainian leader said it would be wrong to simply wait until the war in Europe becomes the focus of the U.S. attention once more, adding peace could only come through direct engagement between Ukraine and Russia.
Called for a full ceasefire for the duration of proposed negotiations, something Putin ruled out earlier on Thursday. U.S. President Donald Trump said on Thursday that he thought it would be great if the two leaders met. The Kremlin confirmed it had received the letter. The tone of the letter was defiant, even mocking, drawing attention to Ukraine's recent strikes on Russian territory. The letter also provided an invitation. It is not a new offer from Ukraine's leader. As it has before, The Kremlin responded, saying Zelensky was welcome to meet Putin in Moscow. Speaking to foreign journalists in St. Petersburg, without apparently having seen the content of the letter, Putin said he was certainly prepared and willing to reach an agreement with Ukraine, but said compromises needed to be made. Putin suggested that as Trump was busy with Iran, the EU could talk Zelensky into surrendering territory. Putin's long-standing position has been that Ukraine should withdraw from 4 regions largely occupied by Russia and give up its efforts to join NATO. Ukraine has ruled out ceding territory, saying it would embolden Russia to invade again, as it had in 2022 when it launched its full-scale war 8 years after illegally annexing Crimea. Ceasefire negotiations have stalled in recent months, and previous peace talks in Geneva, Abu Dhabi, and Istanbul have failed. On Friday, Ukrainian authorities said at least 4 people had been killed in a Russia strike on the offices of a food company outside Kyiv.
The EU on Friday backed Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's call for direct talks in a letter to Russian leader Vladimir Putin. Zelensky published an open letter to President Putin in which he proposed the 2 leaders meet to agree to an end to more than 4 years of war, warning that Kyiv stood ready to fight on otherwise. In his letter, which the president's office said had been sent to other countries, including the United States, President Zelensky said the majority of Russians had grown tired of Ukrainian missile and drone attacks, inflation, and fuel shortages, and were ready for peace. Zelensky said that with the United States focused on the conflict in Iran, it would be wrong to simply wait until the war in Europe returns to the center of its attention in Moscow. The Kremlin, however, said it had seen Zelensky's letter and that Putin had been briefed on it. French President Emmanuel Macron welcomed Zelensky's appeal for direct talks with Mr. Putin, saying it was time to resume dialogue with Moscow. And Russia fired hundreds of drones at Ukraine between late Thursday and early Friday, killing 7 people and destroying a factory that produces milk products for children. Images published by Ukraine's State Emergency Service showed the ruins of a building bearing the logo of Ukrainian dairy producer Yagotinsky for Kids, its facade partly destroyed and flames visible on the floor. Separate strikes on Ukraine's central Dnipropetrovsk region killed 2 people, regional governor Oleksandr Gasha said, while a drone strike in the southern Zaporizhia region killed 1 woman, according to Ukrainian State Emergency Service. Russia fired at least 216 drones at Ukraine between late Thursday and early Friday, as well as 2 missiles, and that's according to Ukrainian Air Force. And one of Latvia's spy agencies said Thursday that Russia planned to intensify abuse of legal proceedings against the Baltic states and other Western countries in a possible effort to justify a potential confrontation against NATO. The Constitution Protection Bureau, SAB, said in a public report that Russia was stepping up its use of lawfare against the West and the Baltic countries in particular to promote policies favorable to Moscow and potentially justify attacks. Russian leader Vladimir Putin used the protection of Russian speakers as a pretext to annex Crimea from Ukraine in 2014 and launch a full-scale invasion of the pro-Western country in 2022.
It is our intelligence assessment and the assessment of other countries in NATO that there could be an attack by Russia on NATO as soon as 2030. So you can see the urgency and the priority that we're putting behind.
The Baltic nations of Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania, which have sizable Russian-speaking minorities, have long feared that could be by Putin next. And Andrew Mountbatten Windsor received an undisclosed rental income from subletting 3 cottages on the Royal Lodge estate that he leased from the Crown Estate, the public spending watchdog has revealed. The National Audit Office NAO reports it also revealed that the king pays the rent for accommodation
in royal palaces for Mountbatten Windsor's daughters, Princesses Eugenia and Beatrice, who are not working royals. It is for the first time they report into royal residences in 20 years and shows Mountbatten Windsor and his family and staff had 12 property owned by the Crown Estate or the royal households.
A Buckingham Palace spokesman said the report was in line with the royal household's commitment to transparency. Mountbatten Windsor had paid £7.5 million for repairs when he took on the lease for Royal Lodge, and that meant that he did not have to pay a monthly rent. The watchdog report into royal residences shows that Princess Eugenie has a property in Kensington Palace and Princess Beatrice in St. James's Palace. They do not pay any rent for this central London accommodation. Instead, it is paid by the Privy Purse, which is the monarch's personal money to the royal household. Both of the palaces are maintained by public funding through the sovereign grant. A palace source said that the rent paid on these properties for non-working royals would cover any publicly funded expenditure, so there would be no extra cost to the taxpayer. The report does not specify how much rent is paid on the Princess's Palace property, but the level is meant to be 60% of the open market rate. Although there are no suggestions of anything unlawful, the optics of such an arrangement are likely to be uncomfortable for the palace, which has indicated such deals remain under review. When so many young people are facing high rents or struggling to get on the property ladder, the prospect of non-working royals receiving subsidized accommodation will raise the prospect of accusations of entitlement. The report covers several aspects of royal finances. The NOO report was prompted by the scandal surrounding Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and will be followed by an inquiry by members of Parliament on the Public Accounts Committee. It shows a collection of 12 properties used by Mountbatten Windsor and his family, as well as the main building at Royal Lodge. There were another 8 nearby properties, with Mountbatten Windsor's lease allowing 3 of these cottages to be sublet, which it did until April 2026.
I will move on to Switzerland, where the owners of a bar that caught fire during New Year celebrations in a Swiss ski resort killing 41 people were set to be questioned once again on Friday. French couple Jacques and Jessica Moretti were to be cross-examined by public prosecutors and lawyers for civil parties caught up in the blaze that engulfed Le Constellation Bar in Crans-Montana in the early hours of January 1st. The tragedy killed 41 people, mostly teenagers, and injured 115 others. In total, 14 people are under criminal investigation in connection with the disaster, including several current and former local officials. No annual municipal safety checks had been carried out at the bar since 2019. The hearings are taking place in the capital of southwest Switzerland, mountainous Wallis-Canton. And search teams in southwestern France on Thursday found the body of a child believed to be a missing girl in a case that sparked a national uproar about alleged judicial failures. Dozens of police and volunteers had for days been combing the countryside in southwestern France to find 11-year-old Liana.
A 41-year-old father of 2 has been detained as the key suspect in the murder case. Public anger erupted after it emerged he had been repeatedly accused of sexually abusing children with no action taken. Liana went missing on Friday near the village of Florence after she was last seen getting into a man's car. On Thursday, police discovered a body believed to be hers in a silo on a farm near the village of Puyaska. An autopsy will be required to formally identify the remains. According to a local agricultural official, the main suspect had worked on the farm. Prosecutors said that previous legal complaints existed against the suspect, accusing him of raping a minor. Interior Minister Laurent Nunez told Parliament on Wednesday that he had demanded the Justice Ministry carry out an inquiry into the handling of the cases. After being shown security camera footage, the suspect admitted giving a girl a lift, but insisted he dropped her off at a swimming pool. Prosecutor Clemens Meyer on Wednesday said there had been previous complaints against him. In December 2017, a mother reported that her 17-year-old daughter was in a relationship with the man. The case was dropped in 2018 after the girl said she had consented. In January 2022, a complaint accused him of raping a child younger than 15 in 2020 at his home in southwestern France. The case was transferred to the local prosecutor, but dismissed in 2024 for lack of evidence.
An extremely intelligent bear that injured 4 people in northern Japan remains at large as of Friday after apparently unlatching a window while evading capture and turning on a water tap. A record 13 people were killed by bears in Japan last year, and there has been a jump in sightings, and the animals emerged hungry from hibernation. After attacking 4 people at the 2 factories in Fukushima on Tuesday, the bear took shelter inside one of the buildings, local media reported. It dodged capture despite efforts by hunters and responders equipped with traps and anesthetic guns, and escaped late Wednesday. The bear remains at large as of Friday morning, a Fukushima official told the media. Fukushima City Mayor Yukibaba told reporters on Thursday that evidence suggested the animal unlocked the window on its own to flee, adding that claw marks had been found near the exit. And to South Korea, where riot police cleared protesters on Friday from a Seoul polling station after a 35-hour blockade sparked by a shortage of ballot paper during local elections earlier this week. Wednesday's election was the first nationwide vote since President Lee Jae-myung took office following the ouster of Yoon Suk-yeol over his short-lived martial law declaration. Lee's ruling Democratic Party swept most races but failed to flip the crucial Seoul mayoral seat.
The National Election Commission apologized, blaming the failure to anticipate turnout after 14 polling stations in Seoul ran short of ballot papers. Some polling stations stayed open until 10 p.m. to accommodate voters, but the move did little to quell criticism of the Commission's handling of the elections. Protesters holding signs that read "Stop the vote count" and "Invalidate the election" blocked authorities in Seoul's Jasmil 7-Dong district from removing 2 ballot boxes. A gathering of several dozen people on election night swelled to more than 1,000 protesters by Thursday. Live-stream footage showed police physically removing demonstrators, blocking entrances to the polling station, with some protesters shouting and resisting. Heated exchanges followed, with one man shouting, "Is this really a country governed by the rule of law?" as officers repeatedly ordered demonstrators to clear the way. President Lee on Thursday ordered an investigation into the ballot shortage, condemning a flaw that is difficult to accept. The People Power Party PPP leader Jang Dong-hyuk, whose party suffered a heavy local election defeat after Yeon's marital law declaration, visited the NEC on Thursday and said the election should be rerun. After declaring marital law, the former President Yeon, now jailed and on trial for insurrection, claimed the NEC had ignored warnings about North Korea's threat to voter data and failed to cooperate fully with intelligence agency inspections. Yeon's claims resonated with right-wing YouTubers and supporters who went on to spread unverified election fraud theories and question the Commission's credibility.
And hundreds of Libyans gathered outside the UN Refugee Agency headquarters on Thursday to protest against irregular migrants and refugees whom they say should leave Libya. Demonstrators chanted "Libya belongs to Libyans," among other chants, and called for the closure of the UNHCR headquarters in the capital. They accused the UN agency of seeking to settle irregular migrants in the North African country. Protesters were seen holding signs reading, in quotes, "Our love for our country is not racism," end of quotes, and also "Libya is not the world's garbage bin." Libya is a key departure point for irregular migrants seeking to reach Europe by crossing the Mediterranean as of mid-2024. The International Organization for Migration estimated that around 900,000 migrants and refugees were living in Libya. Many of them are Sudanese refugees who have fled war in their home country. The UN mission in Libya in a statement said it refutes allegations of migrants' resettlement to Libya. And still in Africa, at least 49 people have died of thirst in a remote part of the Sahara Desert in northern Niger after a truck carrying them broke down. The group had been returning from Mali, where they had attended a Muslim festival when they ran out of water, stranded more than 80 kilometers west of Asamarka, a major border crossing point between Niger and Algeria. While returning from the scene, the rescue team said it came across another broken-down lorry carrying more than 60 people who had been stranded for 3 days after a battery failure. The Niger Desert remains a major transit corridor for migrants from across West Africa trying to reach Europe, repeatedly defying the risk associated with the perilous journey. The governor said the tragedy underscored the vulnerability of young people engaged in migratory and cross-border economic activities, often forced to pass through unstable areas in order to survive or seek better living conditions. Nigerian entrepreneurs are tapping into the power of artificial intelligence to grow their businesses. Following a week-long training organized by the Israeli government, the AI boot camp held in Abuja brought together founders and business owners for hands-on sessions facilitated by experts. AIT's diplomatic correspondent Sadiat Dosumu has more.
Israeli ambassador to Nigeria, Michael Freeman, commended the participants and reaffirms Israel's commitment to partner with Nigeria in areas of technological development.
This was the first time we've done this. This will not be the last time that we share our AI with Nigeria. And I'll say more than that. We will not only do it with the iFair program, we will look at other opportunities to engage with the Nigerian government, to engage with the Nigerian people in order to bring more expertise and to bring more knowledge across so that together we can build a better future, not only for Israel, but also for Nigeria.
Patrick Ndufam and Rabia Busari presented projects developed during the boot camp while Lydia Thompson and Adewumi Adego shared their experience.
Here's what this week has really meant for me as an entrepreneur. That every naira I use to budget for a freelance designer, a content creator, a developer, I can now redirect. Not because I'm replacing people, but because I am empowered.
Thank you for investing in people and not just projects. Thank you for creating a platform where founders can learn, collaborate, and prepare themselves for the future that is already unfolding before us. Very much.
Organizers said the boot camp is part of ongoing bilateral cooperation between Nigeria and Israel in technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship development.
For us at Unistream and Level Up, this week not about teaching, is also about learning. We are living Nigeria with inspiration, full of appreciation, and we hope this is just the start of great partnership between us.
For entrepreneurs who took part, the real test now is turning AI knowledge into business growth. Sadiat Dusumu, AIT News, Abuja.
Still watching the world news on AIT. We'll be back with more stories after this break.
The Federal Capital Territory is moving forward with purpose, progress, and renewed hope. Join the Federal Capital Territory Administration as we celebrate the commissioning of 27 landmark projects and the flag-off of 2 new ones under the visionary leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, by the Honorable Minister of the FCT, His Excellency Barrister Nyesom Ezenwo-Wike, CON, and Honorable Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmoud, in commemoration of the 3rd anniversary of the administration of Mr. President, champion of the renewed hope agenda, and the commemoration of 50 years of the Federal Capital Territory. From June 8th to July 17th, 2026, witness the commissioning of completed transformative projects designed to strengthen infrastructure and democratic institutions, improve livelihoods, and modernize Nigeria's capital city. Projects and landmark events include over 20 major roads, interchanges, and bridges covering more than 100 kilometers across the FCT, expanded water supply to satellite towns, the magnificent Court of Appeal Complex, Abuja Division. New staff quarters of the Nigerian Law School, Wari. Ultra-modern office annex for the body of benchers. Modern judges' quarters. Remodeled Abuja City Gate. Launch of the sales office and experience center of the Abuja City Work Development. And the unveiling of Abuja at 50 Compendium, celebrating the history, growth, achievements, and future vision of Nigeria's Federal Capital Territory. And many more impactful people-oriented projects aimed at improving mobility, housing, justice delivery, public service, and the overall quality of life for residents. This is progress you can see. This is development you can feel. This is the Renewed Hope Agenda in action. Come and be part of history as the President, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, redefines development in the FCT. The Federal Capital Territory Administration, building infrastructure, preserving history, empowering communities, transforming lives.
And many thanks for still being there with us on the World News. Security experts, policymakers, and stakeholders have called for a more coordinated and intelligence-driven approach to tackling the growing links between banditry, terrorism, and organized criminal networks in Nigeria. The call was made during a high-level policy dialogue on banditry, terror nexus, criminal economies, and the future of violence in Nigeria.
Across many communities in Nigeria, violence has become a painful reality. Families have been forced from their homes, businesses have been disrupted, and entire communities continue to live under the threat of attacks, kidnappings, and criminal activities. As concerns grow over the changing nature of insecurity, security experts are calling for a united national response to address the forces driving violence across the country.
Target demobilizing the economic structure of this criminality. The economic structure is what is driving it now, because the people who are in it, ab initio and then in the early days, have made a lot of money. And then people now look at it, look, why not join them? Either die or you make the money.
At the center of the discussion was the increasing connection between banditry, terrorism, and criminal economies, a trend experts say is fueling violence and deepening insecurity across several parts of the country.
Everybody is tired of the violence in Nigeria. The government is tired of the violence. The people are tired of the violence, and our partners also are tired of the violence. So there is no any other option, than for people to organize, come together, and with the government, for this violence to scale down.
Participants agree that strengthening intelligence gathering and enhancing cooperation among government institutions, security agencies, are essential steps toward breaking the cycle of violence.
The presidency says significant progress has been made towards the establishment of state police in Nigeria, with the constitutional amendment expected soon to provide the legal framework for its implementation. Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, disclosed this on Thursday while briefing State House correspondents after a consultative meeting on the state police held at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. According to Gbajabiamila, deliberations on the proposed state police structure began several months ago, following directive from President Bola Tinubu, and have now reached an advanced stage. He explained that the creation of state police requires extensive constitutional and legal considerations, stressing that the process cannot be rushed. Gbajabiamila noted that discussions among the presidency, the National Assembly, and security agencies have focused on developing a workable framework that would ensure the effective operation of state police across the country.
Establishing the state police is not something that you do with a wave of the hand or a snap of a finger. There's a lot involved in terms of constitution and legalities. And thank God now a lot of traction. We've gained a lot of traction. Hopefully the amendment will come shortly, and then the details of the amendment will come after that.
On Thursday forms part of ongoing consultation by the federal government and is aimed at developing a consensus-driven framework for decentralized policing in Nigeria. And that is the World News. I am Olamide Aroyo. Many thanks for staying with us.
child shall in all circumstances be among the first to receive protection and relief in times of emergency and disaster.
UNICEF means the survival, development, and protection of children all over the world. Africa, Asia, South America, everywhere.
Ms. Hepburn traveled to virtually every area of the world where children...
charger, knives and scissors. Commissioner Sanusi assured residents of the command's commitment to proactive policing and urged members of the public to remain vigilant and continue providing useful information to security agencies to enhance safety across the Federal Capital Territory.
The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, in partnership with the Kogi State Emergency Management Agency, KOSEMA, has stepped up flood preparedness efforts across Kogi State following warnings of possible flooding during the 2026 rainy season. The agencies are urging residents living in flood-prone communities to move to safer locations and have called on traditional institutions, religious organizations, youth and women group, media practitioners, and the private sector to promote the dissemination of early warning information.
According to the 2026 Seasonal Climate Prediction and Annual Flood Outlook issued by the Nigerian Meteorological Agency and the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency, a total of 23 states and the Federal Capital Territory, covering 132 local government areas, have been identified as high flood risk zones, while 14 other states with 148 local government areas falls within moderate risk categories. Addressing the looming threat, NEMA and KOSEMA convened a stakeholders engagement in Kogi State under the theme Strengthening Local Emergency Management Committee for Resilient Disaster Management in Kogi State.
We are spreading the news, the early warning news, before the actual, flood starts. We are now spreading the news to make them prepare ahead. People should go to upper and higher ground areas in those various communities.
The Kogi State government, however, expressed optimism that lessons learned from previous flood incidents, combined with improved preparedness and stronger collaborations among stakeholders, will help reduce the impact of the anticipated floods.
We've started mapping out the evacuation routes in case it happens, thinking of if it happens like this, where do we put our people to stay, temporary shelters and things like that. We are on top of that situation.
As part of ongoing sensitization efforts, officials from NEMA, KOSEMA and the Nigerian Red Cross Society visited communities including Ganaja to educate residents on flood safety measures.
We're engaging the local communities. This particular Ganaja community has been predicted as one of those communities in Kogi State that is prone to flooding. And we are here to sensitize them and also build their local capacity on what to do in case the flooding occurs.
Stakeholders at the engagement urge residents to clear drainages, stop dumping refuse, and avoid building on waterways. They emphasize that community vigilance is vital to reducing flood risk and protecting lives across Kogi State during the 2026 flood season. Tehumba Akaya, AIT News, Lokoja.
Exploring the economic opportunities embedded in waste management and embracing innovation and modern technology to develop practical solutions are critical steps towards tackling plastic pollution in Nigeria. This was the focus of discussions at the Gosa dump site in the Federal Capital Territory, where participants in the program organized by a Digital PS International were exposed to modern techniques of waste separation, recycling, and processing aimed at promoting economic growth and sustainable environmental management.
The vast expanse of waste materials dumped at the Gosa dump site in the Federal Capital Territory reflects the challenges of poor waste management practices across Nigeria's 36 states and the FCT. However, one organization is working to change that narrative by engaging young people to discover the economic value hidden in materials often regarded as mere waste.
Energy can come out of waste. That's the most serious part of that. And we are having issues with light, with power. And we have power waiting here for us, that young people will see whatever they can do in modular form, in small scale, so that we can start to do something.
They're selling it and they are making money. So the prospects are just so much, and we just hope that the innovators and the youth will continue to get interested in this, so that we'll continue to work with them. Thank you.
Through innovative waste recovery and recycling initiatives, participants are being encouraged to view discarded items as valuable resources capable of generating income and promoting environmental sustainability.
So we do two major stuffs. The first one is we sell to off-takers in Idu and in Lagos who crush them and use them in making clothes, textiles, shoes, and many other materials.
They can learn how to sort. They know about sorting, recycling, and also answering educative quiz.
Participants were taken on a guided tour of the dump site, where they observed how waste materials are collected, sorted, and recovered by workers and scavengers, highlighting the critical role these individuals play in reducing the volume of plastic waste in community.
Advocacy groups and corporate organizations have been urged to strengthen their social responsibility effort to complement government initiatives aimed at improving the lives of young girls. The call was made by the founder of Nkechi Amaka Care Foundation during an outreach program for hundreds of schoolgirls in New Karo, Nasarawa State.
The outreach focused on reproductive health education, menstrual hygiene awareness, amongst others. Organizers say stronger collaboration between government, schools, civil society groups, and private sector partners is essential to breaking menstrual stigma, closing information gaps, and empowering girls to remain healthy, confident, and committed to their education.
When you have good personal hygiene, it announces you. It speaks good of you even in your absence. So personal hygiene is highly encouraged among these students.
I feel glad. I'm happy for the knowledge just imparted on us this afternoon.
The campaign also addressed the dangers of drug abuse, with facilitators highlighting its negative effects on health, education, and future opportunities. This holistic approach recognizes that reproductive health is closely linked to broader social and lifestyle choices that can affect the well-being and development of adolescent girls.
By education and knowledge, they can be able to achieve a lot and become a whole lot by education and knowledge, and not to let whatever circumstance of life distract or deter them from focusing on education.
We want to urge her to keep up the good work. It is something that is very helpful to the young ones.
To reinforce the lessons learned, sanitary pads were distributed to all 329 participants, ensuring they have practical resources to support menstrual hygiene.
Protecting environment and slow climate change is possible through recycling waste to curb environmental risk, especially deforestation. Some environment advocates said this during the 2026 World Environment Day celebration in Abuja.
Deforestation has continued to be a disturbing phenomenon globally, hence the need to protect forest reserves, restore degraded lands, and promote practices that support both nature and rural livelihoods.
We are encouraging the people, let them swap from the use of charcoal, firewood, let them swap to to the use of briquette. Briquette is made from waste. You don't need to cut down 20-year-old tree. You don't need to cut down trees, and it doesn't harm the environment. You see, anything we are doing, we should consider our environment. There is no planet B. This is the only planet we have, and its protection is everyone's responsibility.
So we are celebrating them and letting them know that the briquette they are doing right there in the farm or in that community is also reaching the urban centers. People are using it, people are adopting to it, people are getting interested because gas is also getting expensive. So let's stop falling trees. There's something we can use.
Environmental experts explain the negative impact of climate change and the need for recycling waste to wealth.
Gas is very expensive. Dish briquette is not expensive like gas. Then women can use briquette now and make their food.
Firewood used to bring smoke. Why briquette no dey bring smoke? And when you use briquette, sharp, your food go done sharp.
The 2026 World Environment Day has the theme, Inspired by Climate, Securing Our Future. Dimas Nanzung, AIT News, Abuja.
If you are just joining us, this is Abuja Report on AIT, reaching you live from Akpadoma Hill Studio in Asokoro. Here is a reminder of our top story. FCT Police Command arrests 7 suspects linked to kidnapping, homicide, arms trafficking, and one-chance robbery. Recovers exhibits. Kogi State Emergency Management Agency intensifies flood preparedness as National Emergency Management Agency NEMA urges residents to relocate from flood-prone areas. And Digital Peer International promote waste-to-wealth opportunities through recycling, innovation, and sustainable environmental management. In the education sector, stakeholders have expressed concern over the numerous challenges facing government secondary schools across Nigeria. One of the major issues identified is the inadequate provision of functional science laboratories. A development experts say is limiting the effective implementation of science, technology, and engineering, mathematics, STEM education in public schools. The 2026 president of Junior Chamber International, JCI Abuja, Unity, Bright Ekong, is calling for urgent and sustained interventions to strengthen STEM education and equip students with the skills required to succeed in an increasingly technology-driven world.
Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, popularly known as STEM, is an educational approach designed to foster critical thinking, creativity, innovation, and problem-solving skills among students. These competencies are considered essential for preparing young people to compete effectively in a rapidly evolving global economy. However, stakeholders say the realization of these objectives remains difficult in many schools due to inadequate learning infrastructure, limited access to modern laboratory facilities, and persistent gender stereotypes.
Women make half of the population, roughly half of the population of Nigeria. There's nothing you can do. You have to include us. Excluding women, excluding us means losing significant amounts of talent, significant amounts of ideas. I think the government should award students scholarship because there are lots of people that have the idea, but they never get the opportunity to express the idea.
They emphasized the need for improved laboratory infrastructure, enhanced learning resources, and deliberate policies aimed at encouraging greater student participation in science and technology-related disciplines.
You can go to China now. They start from basic, from the maybe KG to the nursery to primary before they get to the high school. But in Nigeria, government finds it very hard to put more finances on education.
We have the labs and so many other equipments that they need to be there. The only problem is most of the apparatus are not even functional.
Government can also invest in training those teachers who align with the science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and co.
The stakeholders maintained that increased investment in STEM education is critical to preparing Nigerian students for future career opportunities and positioning the country to compete effectively in the global knowledge and innovation economy.
214 deserving engineers have been conferred with the prestigious status of Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers by its president, Ali Rabiu in Abuja. Rabiu reminded the newly inducted engineers that the elevation is an added responsibility to discharge their roles by ethical leadership and integrity in practice, and to uphold the high standards that guide the profession.
The Nigerian Society of Engineers and Chairman of Council, by the powers vested on me, I hereby confer on you.
Rabiu noted that the exceptional contribution of these professionals to the engineering field a significant milestone in advancing engineering excellence across the country.
You are custodians of our profession, ambassadors of our values. Your leadership is vital in advancing engineering education, promoting research and innovation, upholding ethical standards, mentoring the next generation of engineers, and engaging government and industry on critical engineering and infrastructural matters.
Other speakers noted that the society aims to promote the advancement of engineering practices in Nigeria with a view to building engineers' capacity to serve mankind and develop a better society.
I also urge professional bodies to emulate this kind of gesture that the Society of Engineers has done, chaperone, mentor, and ensure safe guidance of the profession by developing the young ones to attain their excellence, given a very conducive environment.
A fellow of the society is the highest distinguished and honorable category of membership in the society, notable for selfless and valuable contribution to the professional body with widely acknowledged authority.
Please come with your spouses. Come with your
Now, as digital entertainment continues to compete for the attention of young people, concerns are growing over the reading culture among youth. Education experts say, and authors say, reading remains one of the most effective ways of building knowledge, expanding vocabulary, and developing critical thinking skills. These views came to the fore at the launch of a new book focused on marriage and family values. The author explained that the publication highlights the importance of teamwork, mutual support, and collective responsibility in building successful homes.
The story of Rachel tells us that every man should support their wives to achieve. Because in the wife achieving, she's also lifting a lot of burden off the man.
It's a book that has come to discuss a lot of issues about society, particularly marriage, and things that are expected from both parties: patience, perseverance.
Further challenged young people to develop a habit of reading educational and value-based books capable of shaping their character and intellectual growth.
To people who do not read, I encourage them to read, because reading is still a form of recreation, and I encourage everyone to read and buy more books.
Times of social media, everywhere is getting fast-paced, everyone just scrolls on their phone, and we've lost that culture of traditional reading, newspapers, books, everything is now online. I would say we should go back to that culture.
I would encourage the youth, dissipate more energy on history, on civic, because the whole thing now is about your capacity to be part of the evolving world.
Let's continue to advocate a stronger reading culture. The message remains clear. Books remain powerful instruments for knowledge, personal transformation, and societal development. As economic hardship continues to take a toll on vulnerable populations across the country, persons with disabilities are calling for greater support and opportunities for economic development. To address this challenge, Ripple Africa Trust Foundation, through its Skills for Inclusion initiative, is empowering women and youth with disabilities in the Karimojiji communities of the Federal Capital Territory through training in plastic recycling. The initiative is designed to equip participants with practical skills and knowledge to convert plastic waste into valuable products, creating sustainable livelihoods while promoting environmental conservation. Organizers say the program aims to foster economic independence among persons with disabilities, helping them become self-reliant despite the prevailing economic challenges.
So we noticed the lack of infrastructure, lack of inclusion, and basically the rights of people with disabilities. So this project just came from the desire to see them more included in economic opportunities.
Well, our main aim here is to make sure we help people with disability with skills that they can contribute both to themselves and to their families economically. That's our major goal here today, especially the young people with disabilities, so that they don't feel left out, to know how it is they survive and give them a means of livelihood.
Beneficiaries expressed optimism that the training would help them with a source of income and improve their quality of life.
It's bad for us, because time we could just see our children walking around because we don't have money to pay their school fees. You know, if you know, say they do use this leather, do other thing before, and they say they'll come and do this leather and different leather, they'll turn it to bag and shoe. This is very, very good.
Beyond addressing unemployment, the project also seeks to demonstrate how inclusive development can create opportunities for the vulnerable while contributing to a cleaner and more sustainable environment. The Nigerian Customs Service has reaffirmed its commitment to strengthening partnerships and enhancing trade cooperation as part of effort to improve broader management and support economic growth. This was the focus of a high-level diplomatic cocktail reception hosted by the service in Abuja, bringing together ambassadors, high commissioners, head of diplomatic missions, and senior government officials. We bring you that report much more later. And a federal high court in Abuja has adjourned ruling on the application filed by the presidential candidate of the Action Alliance Congress, Omoyele Sowore, seeking the judge to rescue himself from his trial to June 15, 2026. During proceedings, Sowore told the court that he will represent himself pending the time he is able to reconstitute his legal team. He told the court that his lawyers said they are afraid of to appear before the court to defend him because of the humiliation they suffered before the court. As a result of an earlier ruling, he subsequently moved 2 applications he had filed and served on the prosecution, seeking an order of the court for the judge to recuse himself on grounds of bias, and the order for referral of the case to the chief judge for reassignment to another judge. The prosecuting counsel, who sought to leave the court to reply orally on a prior of law, argued that application is an abuse of court process and is meant to irritate the court. He noted that the court is bound by its record, where the letter written by the chief judge directed that the matter should proceed. And that's Abuja Report on AIT. I am Aicheda Majekodomi. Thanks for staying with us.
can't tint my hair because in our society, when you tint your hair, it gives another meaning, as if you are not responsible.
No, I can't tint my hair. Reason being the fact that my family, they won't agree to it.
I can. I don't care. Their opinion, not mine, as long as I like it.
For me, it doesn't make sense. Tinting of hair, just leave the hair the way it is, black, brown.
Like the red-headed gamma lizard, also known as rainbow lizard, human hairs often come in different colors as a result of hair dyeing, which is becoming a common practice among adults and teenagers in Nigeria. To individuals tinting or dyeing their hair, there is really no difference between changing the color of their hair and dyeing a fabric. It could be for aesthetics, to have a new look, or as a result of one's line of trade or profession.
I'm an artist. Personally, I don't see that as anything because most times you don't judge a book by its cover. So for me, for a kind of person like me, I feel if it's something that makes you happy, just do it.
A barber, Yusuf Ibrahim, goes as far as testing the dyes first without considering its effect.
I have to test it before I apply it to any customer. Because this thing we are doing is something that when I apply it, it's easily to break hair. So when it's breaking, I don't want maybe disagreement between me and my customer.
Hair dyes come in 3 major varieties: permanent, semi-permanent or temporary, and natural. Chemicals used in these products, particularly the permanent dyes, could lead to grave health consequences, according to a hair restoration specialist, Dr. Dayo Utsubanjo.
Dyes, by their nature, have chemicals. I mean, that's why they're able to change the natural color of someone's hair. Those chemicals could include ammonia, perhaps one of the more common ones. There are other more dangerous chemicals. Ammonia is a very corrosive chemical, and if not used properly by people who are trained, they could cause damage, and the damage could be permanent. So the advice we would normally give people is, look, better to go to a salon with qualified personnel, people who understand the implications or the side effects and of some of the products they apply to your scalp. If you don't use it according to what the manufacturers intended, there could be hair loss and damage. So those are the kind of things that we would typically advise people to watch out for. I mean, these products, it's not just hair loss. There are other wider health issues involved as well. I mean, some of these products have been known to cause bladder cancer of the bladder. So this is quite serious. It's not just about how you look anymore. It's about life and death.
When next you are dyeing your hair, you might want to take a second look at the ingredients used to ensure they are safe.
I see the writing of this one. They write the color.
It's also white. How come? Do they all come in white?
No, it's not most of them comes in white.
Okay, so is this white?
This one is crazy color. It's also right there.
It's crazy color. Something white. Not pop white. The color is purple. Actually.
It's not
like lavender or something.
Yes.
But it's
so sharpen maybe something, maybe wine, something wine.
You sure don't want to put your life in danger?
Good evening. The dust has finally settled on the fiercely contested party primaries, and the stage for the next round of elections is officially set. But beneath the political grandstanding lies a deeper, more unsettling reality. Now, we have watched internal party democracies fractured by parallel tickets and courtroom battles. We have also seen the landscape transformed by staggering sums of money in the name of nomination fees. Yet, the candidates, or better still, party standard bearers, have emerged. While the political parties celebrate their new standard bearers, the Nigerian street is left asking a hard question. Was this a true test of internal democracy or just a calculated coronation by the powerful few? The battle lines are now locked for January 16, 2027, beginning of the general election. But what does the citizen expect? Now, as Africa's democracy prepares for its next democratic chapter, the gap between the ballot box and dinner table has never felt wider. Nigerians are showing incredible resilience through sweeping economic reforms, navigating high inflation and a rising cost of living. Yet, their simple fundamental expectations remain a subject of agitation: a stable economy, safe communities, and a political system that treats their votes as sacred, not a commodity to be brought by the highest bidder. We watched the primaries marred by fractures, excessive spending, and security lapses. New, everyday citizens are asking a few questions. If political parties cannot secure their own internal votes, how can they secure the future of over 200 million people? Tonight, we ground the political noise in the reality of Nigerian citizens who amplify the voice of the street. Can Nigerian democracy really deliver? Democracy Today's Adebayo Boduri sat with a labor activist and current Director General of the Michael Imodu Institute of Labor Studies in Ilorin, Comrade Issa Aremu, to dissect the structural realities of labor amidst the fierce polls, of course, politics of the 2027 polls. By the way, Comrade Issa was a one-time Vice President of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC. I am Enemaku Ojochegbe, and this is Democracy Today on AIT. Here's the interview.
Ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political Platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Ray Power Radio, is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as Political Platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political Platform, now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
Let's begin from the just concluded party primaries. We are in a season of election. Party primaries are over. The political parties are already celebrating the emergence of their standard bearers for the next round of elections. But sadly, the primaries were not one that one can completely be clapping for. It threw up a lot of issues. It seems as if party nomination or party tickets are not meant for the less worthy Nigerians because of the nomination fees. Then when we are expecting that an exercise supposed to be a sort of celebration of internal party democracy was marred by thuggery, even killing in some states, like in Ondo State, for instance. What is your take on these party primaries?
Well, it's such a pleasure for me to share a platform with you. Bayo, my good friend, one of the best journalists to come from Africa.
Thank you for that.
And I'm happy to be here, and I'm also happy to be in the best of platform, the Africa Independent Television, which has been the platform for discussions, for debates, for sharing views, on the issue of democratic process. And let me also use this moment to pay my another posthumous compliment to Chief himself, Raymond Dokpesi, for the vision to have this kind of platform. We can't talk of democracy without remembering him, because democracy is about talking, and if he could set up AIT, which has become the real flagship for independent media platform, television in particular, I think we can't afford to keep on acknowledging him. Back to your question. I think if you ask me, what had happened with the primaries is what you expect in any democratic process. The beauty of democracy is a market of ideas, of contestations, of agreement, of dispute or disputation, if you want to put it that way. And I think after 27 years of democratic process, uninterrupted, even though I always dispute that we don't define Nigerian democracy only in terms of, because it's uninterrupted. I mean, we started with democracy, so, but we'll revisit that later. But the beauty of democracy is that it's a marketplace of living people, active citizens, contestants. Some become winners, some will lose. So a marketplace is what it is, noisy, lousy, but it's full of living people, not symmetry. And I want to say, I'm proud today that me and you have been in the struggle for long. We are witnessing Nigeria of 2026 that is not under dictatorship, it's under constitutional democracy, in which there's freedom of expression, freedom to contest for offices, to even contest outcomes of elections. So I follow the primaries the way you are. And I want to say that Nigeria remains destination for democratic process. About 2 months ago, anybody coming from outer space, we haven't seen anyone yet. Many astronauts have gone to outer space. But assuming that some aliens arrived in Nigeria and read our newspapers or watched our TV, they will assume that we end up with one-party state. You know, that has been the outcry. But today, I don't know the active counting. If you go to INEC website, we have effectively close to 27 registered political parties. And from what we used to think the dominant parties, including the ruling party, that will have prevented only candidates, presidential, state governors, senators. Now we've seen the outcomes, that we had many parties that are very active. We now have significant number of presidential candidates, gubernatorial candidates, senatorial, them as well, assembly candidates. So I want to say in quantitative terms, Nigeria is doing very well in democratic processes. And again, Bayo, you have been one of the oldest political journalists to come from not only Nigeria, but Africa. We started with 3 political parties in 1999. I mean, if we use that as a benchmark, all the effort of the former President Obasanjo to constrain the political space. But the late Gani Fawehinmi was the first to break that. He went to court to ask for the right of Nigerians to form political parties, and that led to the formation of, recognition of his party, NCP, National Conscience Party. Originally, we started with PDP, APP, and of course, AD. And if Obasanjo had his way, it could have been very well be only PDP. But today, we are counting 27 political parties officially on INEC website. I hope I get it right. Close to 97 million registered voters. That's more than the population of Egypt. Twice almost population of South Africa. 3 times almost population of Ghana, of course, Togo, That will be almost 4 or 5 times. Registered voters, which means Nigerians who are willing to exercise their democratic right. Of course, there's a difference between registration to have your voter's card and voting. So in quantitative terms, I want to say that we've done very well, and we're doing very well. In any case, Nigeria is Africa. Africa is Nigeria. Ghana beat us to it to get independence in 1957, but Nigeria got independence in 1960. We are the first generation of countries to fight for independence, and this independence was won by Democrats, civilians, from Nkrumah in Ghana to Malam Aminu Kano, to Chief Obafemi Awolowo, to, of course, the philosopher king himself, Nnamdi Azikiwe. Of course, we also have non-state actors that never talked about, including Michael Imodu, the first #1 Labour man. He was also a member of NCNC, who my institute was named after. He was more known as a Labour leader, but he was also a nationalist. So what I'm saying here is that I won't be surprised that we are the home, in quantitative terms, of democratic process. Population also speaks for us, 250 million people. And if you also look at, depending on what I call quantitative terms, this election we are going to go into in next year, depending on what yardstick we are using, this is possibly going to be the 7th presidential election cycle. 99, 2003, 2007, 2011, 2015, 2019. We can be on 2019, then 2023, and now we have an election cycle. So it's very interesting. We've produced presidents in quick succession. A president died in office, the late President Musa Yar'Adua. Possibly people argued, and I share that view, the best president Nigeria couldn't have for so long, for his humility, simplicity, the real servant leader that he was. I knew very well.
Perhaps for his masses thinking.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Servant leader. He was my senior in the university. In Ahmadu Bello University, he was also committed to socialist and progressive ideas. But may so rest in peace. But we also use doctrine of necessity, constitutionalism, to do that transition. That thing we did after the death of Yar'Adua, we shouldn't take it for granted. In some countries, they will still be in civil war. We manage it through, and then after so much noise making, Jonathan became the president. And again, that's also very significant. We also had a sitting president who lost election 2015, who was democratically retrenched. But he graciously agreed the outcome of the elections, congratulated the winner, the late President Muhammadu Buhari. So I'm just taking the bigger picture, presidential elections. Now, if you count the number of governors we've produced democratically, the turnover, some by elections, some were even impeached. You know the story better than me, we can check. Senators who have reproduced, some lost, a lot of turnover, local government chairmen. Quantitative terms, Nigeria have done very well in terms of election cycles over the year. But in quality, I think this is why you are now saying that was not the quality of these processes. Yeah. I think that's where I agree with you that we need quality control of this process. And why will primaries become warfare? Why will simple vote counting becomes very acrimonious. And this is where I want to say that this republic, this democratic republic, needs to learn from the past. You remember that in 1979, I think that was the famous election between the most contentious between the ruling MPN and the major opposition led by the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo, of course MPN led by the late President Shehu Shagari. The late Chief Obafemi Awolowo went to court not to doubt the number of the votes cast and counted by the then FEDICO, I think we call it FEDICO, Federal Electoral Commission. I can't get the exact figure now. I think it was about, highly contested, 7 million for the ruling party, for MPN, and about
5 million plus.
5 million plus for late Awolowo. But he didn't doubt the numbers. He did not. UPN did not doubt that. What the UPN went to court for was to find out that did Shagari win in two-thirds? Two-thirds of the federation. Yeah, 25% of the federation. That was the contestation. That tells you that as early, or if you want to say late 1979, we were clear there was a trust in the electoral process. But the issue of constitutionality, and that was a landmark judicial intervention, that enriched our jurisprudence. Two-thirds of the federation. Very interesting, mathematically, judicially. But the court did not waste time to count votes the way the courts are doing for us now. Are you hearing me? But we finished counting the vote at the ballot. At the polling booth. But today, even primaries of parties were doubting the outcomes of the vote counting. I watched the spectacle in some of the opposition parties. Some have decamped. Some are doubting the outcome of the elections. So I think that's really quite a setback. But again, that's the beauty of democracy. You talk of the good, the bad, the ugly. But regardless of political or partisan views, and you have the right, I also have the right to my own, but you won't doubt the fact that the ruling party, APC, at the presidential level and at most state levels have done credibly well in terms of the primaries. We may not agree with the outcomes. The presidential primary of APC that produced President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was far more open, more transparent. Even where we assume that there will be consensus around President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a contender emerged, and we could see the vote counted. Less rancors, peaceful, more purposeful, and in many states under the ruling parties, So what I'm trying to say here is that it depends. We need to look at all these pictures. We have to look at the bigger picture. And when we look at it, so we must be encouraged that if the ruling party is setting some examples, I think opposition, which for me, I don't even want to use the word opposition. Again, we're having hangover of parliamentary system. When we talk of let's call this, but in US, nobody uses the word opposition. I think presidential. I think we talk of Democrats and the Republicans.
I think it's the creation of the media.
Yeah. If you did that in Kano, certainly you will enter Kano.
You won't even walk freely.
Kofar Mata.
You walk freely on
you walk freely.
No, you walk freely on the street, but politically you are gone.
You are gone. You wouldn't leave UPN and move to MPN. in Ibadan or in Lagos. But today, you are in a party in the morning, in the afternoon you are another one, in the evening you are, and it's a joke. You know, we turn the thing to a joke. You know, I think
is that not a big minus for our experience so far since 1999? You find a situation where people are changing political parties as if they are changing clothes. You can wear Babariga in the morning, and then by evening you can put up kaftan.
I think the way you can see the linkage even between that lack of respect for principle, in which you believe in nothing and you can fall for anything. You can see the linkage between that on principle politics and the level of development of the country. Will be able to propel us to put ideology back to our politics.
How do we do that? Because my problem, my identified problem is this. I identify this problem that if you look at politics in the First Republic, and then let's zero in on Second Republic, which we are more familiar with, and then we can identify the leaders there. So there's no arrowhead. There's no arrowhead of these political parties. There's no arrowhead that is disciplined, decent, and principled. And I think it's a major problem that we are having with this Fourth Republic. So the political parties have thrown up so many characters as party leaders. People you cannot vouch for that these are examples of principle when you are talking about principle stance on issues. How do we? It will not be a cooling task to probably start redrawing the map or redrawing the plan and see how this party can now be restructured, unless we are forming new political parties.
Every further postponement is paid for in blood of innocence and brings the
task of nation building. It's actually Herculean. But nation building is work in progress, you know. But I don't think it's something that is insurmountable. It's, as me and you have agreed, it's what we've done before, and it can be done again. And even now, that's why I'm telling you that if you want to talk of progressive politics, you want to talk of conservative politics, we can talk of few political actors that you can say this is where they belong to. I don't know if I'm communicating with you. I mean, I possibly don't see how President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, some of his core supporters, will end up going to PDP. Are you hearing me? I mean, they may do some alliances and the rest of them, because even if they go there, people won't possibly take them serious. There are also some who remain PDP, are you hearing me, who have been consistent, and they will say they would never move to any party that elects them to progressive ideas. But summary of what I'm saying here is that we have to be deliberate, intentional, and it is individuals that make up the parties. So those who are ideologically committed must be able to also be involved in politics and reinvent that. And this is what we try to do when we form the Labour Party, which the more you see now, the less you understand. I used to say some of our comrades at times when we put one finger, accusing finger, four also point towards us. What was the idea of Labour Party? We started with, it used to be known as Social Democratic Party. You know, after we opened up the democratic space in 2003, SCP came in, they will form SDP. Later we said, no, we must be very bold to make it ideologically committed. We form our Labour Party. We metamorphosed from SDP to Labour Party. And very promising. The whole idea, our vision was based on our history. And what was our history is that we've done so much struggle in trading on our arena, We fought for minimum wages. We fought for decent work. We protected workers in the workplaces right from the time Imudu started the fight in the 30s, 40s, when he confronted the British employers in the railway sector. But even Imudu and co, that generation, Wabi Goodluck, you know them, the first generation of trade unions, they realized that, yes, trade union struggle was in silver, but we must also, it has a limitation. And that's why they decided to say we must also be in power. The first Labour Party was actually formed in 1950, again led by Imudu. As at that time, and of course, it resurrected again when IBB started the famous transition, and when it wasn't registered, it was number 11, to be registered, but, IBB decided to cancel all the processes, and they set up party to the left and the other one to the right. The Labour moved under the late Pascal Bafiawu, arguably the most political trade unionist Nigeria has ever produced. It was really, really as political as late Imudu. We moved to SDP, and it was possibly to even become the vice president of the late MKO Abiola. He was really committed to him until the last minute. King Igwe came into being. History will record it today, that possibly if he had been vice president, maybe we wouldn't have faced some of the challenges that we face eventually. But what I'm saying is that Labour Party resurrected again in this dispensation. And Comrade Adams Oshomole started his campaign under Labour Party, but the reality of politics made him to move to ACN. He became two-term governor, and of course now visible member of APC, of course chairman of the APC. But in fairness to him, he has also been very consistent to be in progressive politics. If you take progressiveness to mean left of the center, and of course not only that, in terms of popular policies, education for all, renovating education, pay minimum wages, and I'm not surprised that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu kept to that tradition. He campaigned on it. He increased minimum wage. He also reduced the number of, years for review of the minimum wages. So from 5 to 3. So next year we are going for new negotiation. So what I'm saying here is that I agree with you. Progressive forces must be deliberate to be in politics. Not only that, when they are there, they must also promote progressive ideologies and policies wherever they are. And I see a new resurgence of that. Because we've seen the politics of no principle, the politics of no ideology. We've seen how it has delivered us. I mean, you know what primaries of parties should be. It's not just to elect candidates. It's to also vote on policies. Yeah. And I watch virtually all the primaries of parties. There was no debate on electricity.
There was nothing.
No debate on security.
Nobody even came up with an agenda.
No debate on the future of education.
It was just
no debate of about
I want to stand for election.
About application of technologies for national development. The world is talking of artificial intelligence. The former president, I forgot his name, of Benin Republic, used to refer to Benin as the 37th state of Nigeria, to tell you how significant. Even this one, there was an attempted coup recently. It was Nigeria that played pivotal role. So, but if you ask an average politician, they possibly don't know. We become more insular. We become more narrow-minded because the whole idea is power, which becomes an end rather than the means for good governance. So, but our challenge, the beauty of democracy is not for us to agonize. We must organize to return ideological process, or ideologies and policies to our politics. But this is where the media must play more critical role. Media have done very well in the last 27 years, but we also need quality control. So media should set also the agenda. So we also report more on candidates than candid policies. And if you used to have debates, we have to do more. We need to interrogate parties, you know, and even it's not so much the candidates, the party leaders, the party chairmen, because they are the real kingmakers. You know, in those days, you can't talk of MPA without the late Chief Akinloye. Yeah. They were clear. Umaru Dikko. I mean, these were not elected leaders, but they were possibly more visible than President Shehu Shagari. They are the loud. I mean, Chief Obafemi, I think it was even 2 in 1. He was both the chairman and the presidential candidate. So what I think we should do is that, you know, jointly we need to help, and the media have a role to play in agenda setting along this line.
Before I go into other issues,
yes,
let me return to the Labour Party because you raised it. There is this consensus of opinion among political watchers that Labour leaders, including you,
and including you,
including you, should take the blame for what became of the Labour Party, because after SOZ Ejiofor and Dan Wanyawu, the NSC abandoned the party completely in the hands of a few people, and they turned it to a vehicle for commercialization. And that was the process of derailing of the Labour Party up to today, although they said there were steps to rebuild it. So if you look at what you intended to achieve with the Labour Party, and that goal is derailed, then you Labour leaders should accept the blame for it.
Yeah, I mean, I've told you before that as we point one finger, possibly 4, are directed to us, but not just as Labour leaders, as citizens, because parties are also a reflection of the quality of the citizenship, the quality of ideas, of the thinking, and co. But point blank on the Labour Party, I absolutely agree with you. We formed the parties, you know, and it was deliberate that we've seen the limitation of trade union struggle. So instead of me asking government to give minimum wage, why wouldn't I be a governor or a senator who will push on the floor of the National Assembly to bills that will improve the lot of the workers, decent work, secure employment, you know. So, and that's why we formed the party. And I was just trying to tell you the story that Comrade Adams Oshomole, 2-time president, and I can argue to say the most successful, you know, trade union leader, who has also become a politician, 2-time governor, and now a senator, former chairman of the ruling party. He started actually with the Labour Party. But you know, the reality of politics, Bayo, is completely different from trade union struggles, you know, because more, not even capital intensive, more energy intensive, people intensive, so you need to have structures, you need to do. That's why we have to have an alliance with ACN, you know, and it became a reality because it's not just for you to contest, you must be seen to win. And he became 2-time governor, he made an impact, his legacy is still there in the state. And yours, comradely too, I ran. You have to recollect it was deliberate. I ran under Labour Party in Kwara State for governorship in 2018, 2019. And it was an interesting experience for me. In fact, the most liberating throughout, if you take my 4 decades plus in the struggle for better life for the working men and women. Again, we ran a campaign purely on labor issues, you know. And what are labor issues? Security and lives of the welfare of our people. We promise to also secure jobs, create jobs. We promise to make sure that we have decent work, that's work that's well paid for, minimum wage, regular payment of salaries, you know, life after work pensions and co. But you also know the reality of politics in Kwara. It was a good momentum, you know. We are also tired of the dictatorship of PDP, if you want to call it, dynasty of PDP. And we had an alliance, very progressive alliance, again with APC, in which we did that struggle for Otoge, who are fully involved in that. So we had an alliance with APC, and had to step down that time for Abraman Abrazak. Well, we should analyze that, what has been the outcome in the last 8 years. But progressive ideas were also there. This governor, my governor in Kwara State, has secured jobs. He never retrenched. In fact, he has employed more. He cleared all the legacy pension areas of both Bukola Saraki and his successor. Remind me of his name now. That's Fatai Ahmed. They who work us a lot of money, local government. He cleared them. He has also invested a lot. He has done a good job on infrastructure in the state, and we can't doubt that we've seen the impact of our involvement in politics with progressive parties like APC. But as I said at a forum recently, that's the bigger picture. Both the good job Comrade Adams have done in Edo, because it's issue of sustainability, and the progressive politics that has been practiced also in, you can want to say from 2015, when President Muhammad Buhari was in the office and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who's about to go for second term. Very good progressive politics. You can mention that. You can't doubt that it's a deliberate attempt. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has not retrenched workers. He carried out reforms. In fact, the challenges that we have at this period, public revenue challenges, far more daunting than the one Obasanjo had in 1999. That's why you see the beauty of ideology. But look at the way the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, carried out reform. He did so at the expense of jobs. He retrenched. You remember now, downsizing, right-sizing, Wetungozi, Iwela. They brought these liberal market forces, monetization, from which public service has not recovered. He cancelled the gratuity in public sector. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has just brought it back, 100%. That civil servants who retire now are entitled to the 100%, even though I would have thought we'll have also backdated it to pay arrears for those who have left, because many left in penury. You also have pension arrears, close to about 870 billion naira, cumulatively. That has been, he cleared them. This government cleared it. Again, that's the beauty of progressive politics. So if you ask me why the progressive must be in politics, we could have our progressive parties, openly so, whether Socialist, Labour Party, but we must also know the reality that on the ground, which the only party that is more progressive in nature, with all the widespread, it's like Democratic Party in U.S. Mamdani now is the mayor of New York. You know the story. I mean, he came from a socialist party, but you couldn't have won unless he moved to the mainstream parties. So if you talk of progressive politics, we've seen that now happening within the APC. But on the whole, with all the progress that has been made, the critical question is that, how has Nigeria fared? Am I communicating? I think we could do far more.
That's the area where that's the area where
and I asked that question in Kwara State.
That's the area where
I had that question. I said,
that's why we're coming now.
Yes, that's
it's electionary period.
Yes,
promises will be made again.
Yeah,
promises were made in the past.
Yeah,
but the reality of Nigeria today is that does an average Nigerian voter has the strength to move from his dining table healthy enough to be able to approach the ballot box to cast his ballot? Do they have it? Are they healthy enough to do that?
When you talk of, I'm not sure whether, there are some things that we say that in reality, I'm not sure whether they really we should apply them to
Because
us. There's no average, let me tell you.
The cost of bread today, ordinary bread today is not within the reach of of so many families.
I agree with you, but it's not even a laughing matter. What I was trying to say is that there's no average human being, well, Nigerians. Am I communicating? But I have an idea of what you are saying. The critical mass of our people are poorer. Why few are getting richer, more comfortable? We have become more unequal society. This is not the way it should be. But the challenge is to deepen more democracy. In fact, it's absence of enough democracy that you have this huge gap. Because democracy is not just about elections. It's about inclusion. It's about development of your people. In fact, democracy means that when the GDP is growing, as our GDP is growing now, external reserves have commendably gone up. Inflation is getting able to be stable. They must translate to the point you are raising, in terms of quality of life. That's the gap. So I think the next election, as we are going for election cycle, that's the beauty of democracy, because democracy gives you time to reflect. Am I communicating? To set new agenda. I mean, certainly Nigeria is not Burkina Faso, where one mechanic sergeant major is calling the shots. So nobody knows when, just the way he came in, only God knows the way it goes out. But democracy gives us every 4 years to reflect. That's why we must set agenda. And if you ask me, point blank, as you have done so, I think these issues will determine next year's election that you have raised. In fact, I've argued it. I'm also Director General of Michael Imodu National Institute for Labor Studies. And I said, labor issues, human issues, will determine next year's election. And what are labor issues? Jobs, jobs, jobs. And I've started on that note to say, whoever wants to be our president or renew president must show what you've done in terms of job creation and job retention. And this is what I've told you to say. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, all the facts shows that he has not only retained jobs, he hasn't done reforms at the expense of jobs. Are you hearing me? Unlike in the past, but he has even created possibly more public jobs. As at the time he came to office, public employees, civil service and co was about less than 800,000. Now it's about 1.3 thousand. We have different agencies that have been created, NEL Fund. These are facts the media should bring out. Then you have the regional commissions that have been created, jobs have been created on them. Not only that, when Labour, after removal of subsidy, Labour protested, this government also responded. Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
To bring a couple of palliatives, some intervention in terms of increases in wages, 35%, and then some relief that were paid. Not only that, when Labour asked for new minimum wage, the 6th national minimum wage was consummated under this administration, under the 10th Assembly, from 39,000 to 70,000. In nominal terms, is the highest. But in real terms, when you now factor devaluation, inflation, this 70,000, am I communicating now? Yeah. Although some states also pay more than that, some progressive states pay more than that. This 70,000, you can say in real terms, possibly less than what we earn in 2010. So the politics of 2027 will be the assurance. Am I communicating? How you translate nominal wage increase to real wage increase. Luckily, new negotiation is coming in next year. So it is now the task of organized labor, progressive forces, to make sure that we make these campaign issues. So if you want to earn the pay, earn the votes, are you kidding me, of the working men and women, and we have 75 million of them. This is the largest labor market in Africa. Whoever we had the vote, we first of all show what was your pedigree, what did you do before, what can you do more in this respect? How do you create more jobs? And the best sustainable jobs is not just public sector job, it's about industry, industrialization. Bayo, there was once a time in Kano, Bompai, Nasarawa.
Industrial center.
The industrial zones. Labor-intensive industries like textile, food and beverages, Michelin, we used to have them
footwear.
They got footwear, leather, so we should make those campaign issues as much as possible. And this way, we can interrogate who are our candidates, who will bring back development planning as we used to know it. Nigeria should not be compared to even Singapore. I mean, I always feel diminished when they talk about Singapore. That's a city-state. Lagos state is bigger than Singapore. What's their number? We should be comparing ourselves to China. We have a lot together in China. China, the Chinese Revolution started in 1949. Are you hearing me? They proclaimed republic in 1959. We got independence, 1960, almost the same time. But China is running 5th National Development Plan. We started development plan the same time. First development plan, second development plan, third one. We've abandoned it. The next election, we should ask our candidate, are they going to bring this back? I'm happy the fifth development plan has been launched by this administration. So we should interrogate so that in this politics coming, let's make the discourse on issues, not based on sentiment about region, rotation, religion, the normal kind of power sharing kind of issues, that are not rooted on people's life. We will guarantee not just fiscal security, am I communicating, but economic and social security of our people. And the bottom line will be, then on the issue of fiscal security, we also need new creative thinking. I feel so diminished anytime I watch television. And then we see, cameras, including your own, spotlighting our citizens only when they are being kidnapped. And you'll be wondering that where are the camera before the kidnapping?
I was about to come to that.
If you look at all the pictures, including the one in Oyo, between you and me, have you seen the picture of the village in Oyo where they kidnapped? Even without kidnapping.
There's no presence of governance.
Yeah, that's it. Without kidnapping, that village had been kidnapped.
There's no presence of governance.
Abandonment. Look at the roads that were done possibly in the 50s. So, and I think we should remove sentiment. Who runs the state? Is the governor. Yeah. They are the governors. They've gotten more fund with the removal of subsidy. It's a shame that we could be seeing that kind of roads, unprotected. Then not only that, you have divisional police officers, you have the area police officers, you have the state police command, you have traditional rulers. I could see them, many of them in their beautiful attires and also first class, second class. No, this is our security architecture. So I think it's important that we make those who are elected, and those who are about to be elected, that what will you do new? Because yes, we are saying the security is on the exclusive zone, but there's also been a lot of new thinking now that we are going to have state police. Am I communicating? Even energy supply is being decentralized. State cannot set up their own energy generating agencies. What are they doing? So I think we need, beyond the blame game, everything president has to go and pay homage, to go and greet everybody that has been have lost their people. Every challenge is local. Every challenge is state. So media have to also set the agenda. Are you getting what I'm saying?
But I think
that if you from Chibok, you take the Kebbi. I'm taking the example. Kagara, that one is of interest to me because those are schools, public schools, that children have been kidnapped. Between you and me, are these kind of schools that our children should be attending in 2022, 2024, 2026? With all this challenge, you left the schools unprotected, and who are supposed to do that in the constitution is the state government, of course, back on with the federal. Federal also have secondary schools. You need to protect them, but we can't still be thinking of sending police, civil defense to schools. Are you hearing me? After the children have been kidnapped. And that now raised the point that even on security, we must disagree. Who are the people not secured? Are you hearing me? There's also the class character of insecurity. If you ask me now, how many people have been kidnapped in Oyo that we're talking about? It's in statistics, 52. But if you say how many, but who are the people? They are nameless. But these are farmers, students, children who are future workers, future journalists like me and you, but they are nameless because they are poor, abandoned people. You don't see notable elites who have been victims of insecurity. So if few police that we have are over-deployed to protect people in power, people of means, people who are positioned like us, that's not in the spirit of the Constitution. So the next election we must make sure whoever will rule us at the local government level, state levels, National Assembly level, presidential level, we must ask them, how would they make security services to be more inclusive? We can do similar things. So I want to wish you
thanks a lot having you back
good
on
democracy day. You know, we are planning the June 12th again. That will be real democracy
yes.
day. So this conversation in progress.
All right. That's our show for today. But don't forget, you can follow us on all social media handles at Democracy Today on AIT. You can also find me on all social media handles. Let's continue this and other conversations right there.
It's been 3 years since President Bola Tinubu was sworn in as a Nigerian leader. He promised to fix the economy, address rising insecurity, create jobs, and fight for the interests of citizens both home and abroad. As President Tinubu seeks re-election in 2027, has he delivered on his promises? And does his performance so far merit a second term? AIT News begins a special May 29 review countdown series, where we interrogate the Tinubu administration's deliverables across various sectors of national life. Join us on the AIT News Hour from May 18, 2026.
Step into any market across Nigeria. The reality hits your pocket immediately. 3 years ago, the economic landscape was fundamentally different. Today, the central question dominating the national conversation is no longer about the necessity of reforms, but the human cost. When President Tinubu was inaugurated in 2023, the economy was said to be his strong fault, and then he listed the ways he was going to achieve this. Budgetary reform, by stimulating the economy without engendering inflation, was to be instituted. Industrial policy and fiscal reform to promote domestic manufacturing and lessen import dependency. At the time President Bola Tinubu took the helm, the nation was plagued by a low 2.7% GDP growth rate and officially pegged Naira. Determined to stop the bleeding, the new administration swiftly rolled out its reform agenda, but the medicine was proven to be bitter. Following the subsidy removal and FS float, petrol prices surged from 180 Naira to well over 800 Naira per litre. Consequently, transport fares and production overheads went through the roof. Parallel markets, the Naira tumbled from around 460 Naira to $1, crushing past the 1,400 Naira baseline. Economic analyst Bala Zaka said the reforms have worsened hardship, weakening purchasing power and slowing economic activity.
The economy is in the first quadrant as against going to the second, third, or fourth quadrant, meaning that the performance is abysmally low. Even if you want to explain it from the point of GDP, look at GDP variables. Look at the consumption index. The consumption index is very low because the disposable income of both individual and corporate citizens have been eroded by what? By inflation, by devaluation, by high energy cost.
Stakeholders call for a more coordinated and intelligence-driven approach to tackle growing insecurity in the country. Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says technology will play a major role in the June 20 Enugu North senatorial by-election. And in business, economic professors advocate ethical governance for sustainable economic growth. And in sports, Nigeria Super Falcons edge Senegal's Lionesses in first of double-header international friendly. Hello there, thanks for joining us. This is the News Hour on AIT. I'm Hadiza Audu. With me on the news tonight is Shola Jayesini.
Thank you so much for joining us on the news. Now let's begin with that report that the police in Akwa Ibom State have rescued 3 abducted children and arrested 2 suspected child traffickers in Nkpat-Eni local government area. The rescue followed a distress call received by police operatives on Wednesday reporting the abduction. Acting swiftly on the information, detectives launched a coordinated operation and sealed strategic routes within the area to prevent the suspects from escaping. During the operation, officers intercepted the minibus and discovered the 3 missing children in it who were rescued unarmed, while the 2 suspects were arrested at the scene. The children have since been reunited with their families, while the suspects remain in police custody as investigations continue. The Commissioner of Police in that state, Baba Azare, commended the vigilance of residents and the prompt action of operatives, assuring that efforts are underway to apprehend other suspected members of the trafficking network.
Bauchi State Police Command has confirmed the death of 7 persons following a farmer-herders clash in Lanzai and Dosho communities of Darazo local government area of the state, according to a statement by the Police Public Relations Officer, SP Nefiu Habib. The command received a distress report on Thursday, which was on the 4th of June 2026, indicating that suspected Fulani herders attacked farmers who were applying local fertilizer on their farmland at the outskirts of Lanzai community. The statement explained that in a reprisal attack, youths from Lanzai community allegedly mobilized and invaded Dosho village, a Fulani settlement where they set ablaze about 50 huts and destroyed several household properties. The police said the incident claimed 7 lives, while 6 other persons sustained varying degrees of injuries and are currently receiving treatment, while the clash also caused extensive damage to residential buildings and personal belongings. Following the outbreak of violence, tactical police operatives were deployed to the affected communities to restore law and order and prevent further escalation, while the Commissioner of Police, CP Sani Omolori Aliu, also ordered a comprehensive investigation into the immediate and remote causes of the incident.
The Ogun State government has reassured parents, guardians, as well as teachers and students in the state of its commitment to provide a safe and secure learning environment across Ogun State. The assurance came during the inauguration of the Ogun State Safe School Steering Committee at the government office in Abeokuta.
Concerned by emerging security challenges around educational institutions in parts of the country, the Ogun State government is taking proactive steps to safeguard schools and ensure uninterrupted learning. Speaking on behalf of Governor Dapo Abiodun at the inauguration of the Ogun State Safe School Steering Committee, The Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology, Professor Abayomi Arigbabu, said the state remains committed to creating a secure atmosphere where every child can learn without fear.
So the inauguration of the Ogun State Safe School Steering Committee is therefore a strategic response aimed at strengthening collaboration among government and security agencies, communities, development partners, and all stakeholders in the education sector.
To ensure that we have safe schools across the state.
Stakeholders at the meeting pledged their commitment to the assignment, noting that the responsibility of keeping schools safe goes beyond government and security agencies and requires the collective support of all residents.
The rising insecurity within the education environment has created fear among teachers and students, increased school dropouts, psychological trauma, reduced educational performance.
I want to assure you that we have already set to work because it behoves on us to ensure that all hands are on deck.
The inauguration comes against the backdrop of recent security concerns in the country, including the kidnapping of teachers and students in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, an incident that remains fresh in the minds of many Nigerians. The Safe School Project, an initiative of federal government, is expected to be replicated across states of the Federation as part of efforts to guarantee that Nigerian students pursue their education without fear of insecurity. Niyi Barayesa, AIT News, Abeokuta.
Security experts, policymakers, and stakeholders have called for a more coordinated and intelligence-driven approach to tackling the growing links between banditry, terrorism, and organized criminal networks in Nigeria. The call was made during a high-level policy dialogue in Abuja.
Across many communities in Nigeria, violence has become a painful reality. Families have been forced from their homes, businesses have been disrupted, and entire communities continue to live under the threat of attacks, kidnappings, and criminal activities. As concerns grow over the changing nature of insecurity, security experts are calling for a united national response to address the forces driving violence across the country.
To target demobilizing the economic structure of this criminality. The economic structure is what is driving it now, because the people who are in it, ab initio and then in the early days, have made a lot of money. And then people now look at it, look, why not join them? Either die or you make the money.
At the center of the discussion was the increasing connection between banditry, terrorism, and criminal economies. A trend experts say is fueling violence and deepening insecurity across several parts of the country.
Everybody is tired of the violence in Nigeria. The government is tired of the violence. The people are tired of the violence. And our partners also are tired of the violence. So there is no any other option, than for people to organize, come together, and with the government, for this violence to scale down.
Participants agree that strengthening intelligence gathering and enhancing cooperation among government institutions, security agencies are essential steps toward breaking the cycle of violence.
The Nigerian government says significant progress has been made towards the establishment of state police in the country, with constitutional amendment expected soon to provide the legal framework for its implementation. The Chief of Staff to President Bola Tinubu, Femi Gbajabiamila, said this while briefing State House correspondents after a consultative meeting on state police held at the Aso Rock Villa. He explained that the creation of state police requires extensive constitutional and legal considerations, stressing that the process cannot be rushed. But Abiamila noted that discussions amongst the presidency, the National Assembly, and security agencies have focused on developing a workable framework which would ensure the effective operation of state police across Nigeria.
Establishing a state police is not something that you do with a wave of the hand or a snap of a finger. There's a lot involved in terms of constitution and legalities. And thank God now a lot of traction. We've gained a lot of traction. Hopefully the amendment will come shortly, and then the details of the amendment will come after that.
Amongst those in attendance, the Deputy Senate President, Jibrin Barau, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, as well as the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi.
And the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, has reaffirmed the Nigerian Army's commitment to strengthening combat readiness through sustained support, clear policy direction, and enhanced operational capacity. The assurance was given at the closing ceremony of the 2026 Combat Support Arms Training Week in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State.
After a week of drills, the program came to an end with the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, urging participants to use the knowledge gained to improve operational effectiveness in the field. He was represented by the Army Chief of Special Services and Programs, Major General Aminu Garba.
One point that has also emerged clearly from this forum is that the future of combat support will depend not only on platforms and equipment, but also on doctrine, training, integration, and the disciplined application of innovation to operational needs. I am encouraged that this training week has not merely highlighted achievements, but has also given due attention to the practical gaps, constraints, and areas requiring improvement. The Nigerian Army must continue to strengthen those capabilities that improve readiness, sharpen operational effectiveness, and sustain decision-making advantage across all theaters. The combat support arms are central to that effort.
Sir, your commitment and professionalism, readiness, and effectiveness to the Nigerian Army has given this training week clear purpose and significance.
Also speaking, Akwa Ibom State Governor Umo Eno, represented by the Commissioner for Internal Security and Waterways, retired Brigadier General Kuku Essien, expressed confidence in the Nigerian Army's ability to tackle security challenges and promote peace across the country.
We continue to stand with you, we continue to support you, and we know that in a short while we will get rid of these enemies. I would like to once again extend the appreciation of the government of Akwa Ibom State to the Nigerian Army for finding Akwa Ibom worthy of host Combat Support Arms Training Week.
The week-long program featured tactical exercises, combat demonstrations, equipment displays, and the presentation of the 2026 COSAT Week communique. Idonset Ikono, AIT News, Uyo.
The Nigerian Army says discussions are ongoing to include personnel from Liberia, Gambia, and Benin Republic in future editions of the Warrant Officers Academy course. The initiative is aimed at strengthening regional military cooperation and enhancing leadership capacity among senior non-commissioned officers across the West African sub-region.
The Nigerian Army is taking steps to deepen military collaboration with neighboring countries through the Warrant Officers Academy, as plans are underway to admit participants from allied nations in future courses. The development was disclosed at the graduation ceremony of Warrant Officers Academy Course 47, where 81 students successfully completed a 22-week program that commenced on January 5th. Representing the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, the Commander Infantry Corps, Major General Godwin Mutkut, said the initiative reflects the Army's commitment to promoting professionalism, interoperability, and leadership development among military personnel.
Discussion is on top gear to have nominations from other allied countries such as Liberia, Gambia, and Benin Republic for the next Warrant Officers Academy course starting from July this year. This development is a clear testimony that the Army headquarters is poised towards achieving jointness and improved coordination in our operations, particularly at junior leadership level.
A major highlight of the course was the participation of 2 naval ratings, marking the first time personnel from the Nigerian Navy have been admitted into the program.
You are now adequately equipped to cope with the challenges that you are bound to face.
The course, which combines military and academic training, is designed to enhance the capacity of warrant officers and senior non-commissioned officers to effectively interpret, communicate, and implement command philosophies within their respective units and formations. Abimaje Moses, AIT News, Kaduna.
Let's also tell you that the United Nations Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator in Nigeria, Mohamed Malik Fall, has condemned the recent abduction of school children and teachers in Oyo and Borno states, which resulted in the killing of 2 educators. In a statement issued in Abuja on June 4, 2026, Fall expressed deep concern over the attacks, noting that some school children and teachers are still being held by armed groups. Schools must remain safe haven for learning and not places of fear. Children should never be a target, the statement read. Fall welcomed the UN's engagement with the delegation of the National Safe Schools Response Coordination Center, led by Commandant Samuel Omama during a meeting on Wednesday, June 3, 2026. The meeting discussed the situation and expressed solidarity with affected families, school authorities, and communities. The UN official acknowledged ongoing efforts by the government and security agencies, but called for more action to ensure the safe return of all abducted children and teachers, and for perpetrators to be brought to justice.
A federal high court in Abuja has adjourned ruling on the application filed by the presidential candidate of the Action Alliance Congress, Omoyele Sowore, seeking the judge to recuse himself from his trial to June the 15th. During proceedings, Sowore told the court that he will represent himself pending the time he is able to reconstitute his legal team. He told the court that his lawyers said they are afraid to appear before the court to defend him because of the humiliation they suffered earlier before the court. He subsequently moved 2 applications he had filed and served on the prosecution, seeking an order of the court for the judge to recuse himself on grounds of bias and the order for referral of the case to the chief judge for reassignment to another judge. The prosecuting counsel argued that the application is an abuse of court process and is meant to irritate the court, and noted that the court is bound by its record, where the letter written by the chief judge directed that the matter should proceed. He urged the court to dismiss the application in its entirety and disregard the tantrums, he said, being brought forward by the defendants and his lawyers. In a short ruling, Justice Mohammed Umar held that he will have to go through the processes filed by Sowore to rule on the application.
Let's now take you to Imo State now, where Governor Hope Uzodinma has called for an urgent review of the curriculum of polytechnics and universities across Nigeria to align with emerging global trends, particularly in artificial intelligence, digital technology, and innovation. Governor Uzodinma made the call while receiving a delegation of the Non-Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, NASUP, at the Executive Council Chamber, Government House, Owerri. He noted that the global economy is increasingly rewarding practical skills, innovation, and technological competence rather than academic certificates alone. He emphasized the need for polytechnics and technology-based institutions to reposition themselves as centers of innovation by embracing artificial intelligence, robotics, digital technology, and other emerging fields that are shaping the future of work.
For you as a union to challenge the authorities to review their curriculum, moving out of analog technology to digital technology. But that is a new economy. In 12 years' time, the present curriculum you are practicing do not have any position in the labor market. So you come out with a certificate, then there was no place to apply it. So the starting point is to review your curriculum. So as you are coming out, the labor market will be friendly to you. People want somebody to employ those who will work, not those who will hire. The economy of the world country, the global economy, the test of license. And for the capital market, every investor is interested in returns. 900 job opportunities in Africa by 2024. But those that must work must be employable. You are only employable if you have the right skill. Certain staff on this.
Leader of the delegation of the Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, ASUP, Chibuzo Asomura, however, commended the governor for his contributions to education, infrastructure development, and workers' welfare in the state.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says technology will play a major role in the June the 20th Enugu North Senatorial District by-election as part of efforts to ensure a credible and transparent process. The resident electoral commissioner in Enugu State, Chukwuemeka Chukwu, said this while opening the training of prospective supervisory presiding officers ahead of the by-election following the death of Senator Oke Ezia.
With just 2 weeks to the by-election, preparations are gradually shifting from planning to execution as voters in Enugu North Senatorial Zone get ready to elect a new senator following the vacancy created by the death of their former representative. For INEC, one of the key steps is preparing the officials who will manage the election on the field. Addressing the prospective supervisory presiding officers, the resident electoral commissioner, Chukwuemeka Chukwu, described the training as a vital part of the commission's preparations, noting that the success of the election will depend largely on the competence and professionalism of field officials.
For other activities that regards to this election, like non-sensitive material, we have batch, whereby on the 11th of this month, we are going to move to local government to have all this material. By on 18, we are going to move from CBN to local government, where on 19, we have our briefing. On 20th, the election proper will take place.
INEC also announced that only 3 political parties, the APC, PDP, and Boot Party, will be on the ballot, setting the stage for a keen contest in the Enugu North Senatorial District. Kelechi Ekeledo, AIT News, Enugu.
Governor Moeno has assured the people of Akwa Ibom State of significant improvement in electricity supply within the next 18 months. The governor gave the assurance during the inauguration of the board of the Akwa Ibom State Electricity Regulatory Commission, ACSEC, in Uyo, the Akwa Ibom State capital.
Akwa Ibom State is taking a decisive step towards addressing its electricity challenges through far-reaching reforms aimed at ensuring stable and reliable power supply. The journey began with the Power Summit, and one of the key outcomes of that engagement is the establishment of the Akwa Ibom State Electricity Regulatory Commission, whose board has now been inaugurated by Governor Moeno.
Beyond the establishment of this commission, we have undertaken critical institutional reforms to strengthen the foundation of the state's electricity market. Your mandate covers the regulation of electricity market activities, operators, transactions, and services in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Electricity Act of 2023, and the Akwa Ibom State Electricity Law of 2025.
As part of the reform agenda, Governor Eno disclosed plans to enter into a public-private partnership arrangement for the management of the state-owned Ibom Power Company, a move expected to boost efficiency and attract investment into the power sector.
Again, we have taken the strategic decision to retain government ownership of the 191 megawatt Ibom Power Company, but will pursue a concession framework that will attract private sector participation, improve operational efficiency, and support the expansion of electricity access across the state.
Chairman of the Commission, Arid Okunuya, pledged to build a regulatory institution anchored on transparency, accountability, and global best practices to drive sustainable growth in the electricity sector.
We are committed to creating a market environment that encourages investment, supports innovation, promotes efficiency, and protects customers thus ensuring the state's economic growth and improved quality of life for all residents.
Other members of the commission inaugurated alongside the chairman are Kalu Okoha, Ubong Etudo, Valerie Obot, and Paul Okon. The inauguration marks a significant milestone in Akwa Ibom's quest to achieve energy security and stimulate economic growth through improved electricity supply. Edon Sedikono, AIT News, Uyo.
From Uyo to Makurdi, where the Benue State Governor, Hyacinth Alia, has tagged his 4th year in office as his year of commissioning projects, saying that in the nearest future, projects executed by his administration will be lined up for commissioning. Governor Alia said this while inspecting work on the newly constructed state-owned juice and concentrate factory in Makurdi, the state capital, and he expressed hope that President Bola Tinubu will commission some of the projects.
Industrializing Benue State has been the cardinal objective of the Hyacinth Alia-led administration. Of particular concern is the constant post-harvest losses, a challenge that has long plagued fruit farmers across the state. Here are the Bensono concentrate plant and the Benva juice factory in Makurdi, the capital. Governor Alia is quite satisfied that this objective is coming to fruition as facilities are all in place for the official commissioning.
This 4th year is a year for commissioning, so we're going to do that. I'm very hopeful that Mr. President will be generous enough to come and do a number of these, and a number of goodwill people would also come to help commission a number of the projects we have within this season.
Group Managing Director Raymond Asemaka said the choice of agro-processing factories was deliberate to create value for Benue's abundant agricultural produce, particularly oranges, mangoes, and tomatoes.
His assessors have visited the concentrate factory, and this is the juice factory. So those are deliberate attempts to ensure that we have value proposition for our mango, for our orange, for our citrus, for our tomatoes, for our pepper, and name them.
Governor Alia then proceeded to the motorcycle assembly plant, where 525 motorcycles had been assembled so far, in the company partnership arrangement between the Benue State government and a Chinese firm. 165 billion naira is the amount spent by the country on the importation of fruit juice concentrates annually, according to the Raw Materials Research and Development Council. The development the BIPC GMD frowned at, insisting there is no reason to continue importing what we can produce locally. Dofan Aga, AIT News, Makurdi.
Thank you, Dofan. Still to come. Israeli government trains Nigerian entrepreneurs on how to use artificial intelligence to grow their businesses.
Nigerian entrepreneurs are tapping into the power of artificial intelligence AI to grow their businesses following a week-long training organized by the Israeli government. The AI bootcamp held in Abuja brought together founders and business owners for hands-on sessions facilitated by experts. AIT's diplomat correspondent Sadiat Dosumu has more.
Israeli ambassador to Nigeria, Michael Freeman, commended the participants and reaffirmed Israel's commitment to partner with Nigeria in areas of technological development.
This was the first time we've done this. This will not be the last time that we share our AI with Nigeria. And I'll say more than that. We will not only do it with the iFair program, we will look at other opportunities to engage with the Nigerian government, to engage with the Nigerian people in order to bring more expertise and to bring more knowledge across so that together we can build a better future, not only for Israel, but also for Nigeria.
Patrick Ndufam and Rabia Busari presented projects developed during the boot camp while Lydia Thompson and Adewumi Adego shared their experience.
Here's what this week has really meant for me as an entrepreneur. That every naira I use to budget for a freelance designer, a content creator, a developer, I can now redirect. Not because I'm replacing people, but because I am empowered.
Thank you for investing in people and not just projects. Thank you for creating a platform where founders can learn, collaborate, and prepare themselves for the future that is already unfolding before us.
Organizers said the bootcamp is part of ongoing bilateral cooperation between Nigeria and Israel in technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship development.
For us at Unistream and Level Up, this week not about teaching, is also about learning. We are leaving Nigeria with inspiration, full of appreciation, and we hope this is just the start of great partnership between us.
For entrepreneurs who took part, the real test now is turning AI knowledge into business growth. Sadiat Bismu, AIT News, Abuja.
Environment experts have launched the Vote for Climate 2027 campaign, urging voters to look beyond ethnicity, religion, and zoning and demand clear climate action plans from political candidates ahead of the next general elections. The experts who unveiled the campaign as part of activities to mark the 2026 World Environment Day raised concerns over land degradation, the growing dominance of imported seeds over indigenous varieties, and the need for policies to guide Nigeria's emerging renewable energy sector. Our climate correspondent Nkoli Omoudu has the details.
Nigeria is facing an environmental emergency that is already reshaping lives and livelihoods. Lake Chad, once a major source of income and food for millions, has lost more than 90% of its size since the 1960s. In northern Nigeria, desertification continues to swallow thousands of hectares of productive farmland every year, forcing families from their ancestral homes and intensifying competition over scarce resources. At this media dialogue commemorating World Environment Day, experts launched the Vote for Climate 2027 campaign.
The 2027 general elections present an opportunity to redefine our national priorities and place the people, the planet, and prosperity at the center of governance.
They raised concerns over land degradation, women inclusion in climate decision-making, the growing dominance of imported seeds over indigenous varieties, and the need for policies to guide Nigeria's emerging renewable energy sector.
Until we ask our government to review the policies, especially the environmental impact assessment policy. Otherwise, we'll continue having these insecurity issues.
We shouldn't be looking at the federal government alone, the central government. The sub-nationals, the local government areas must become active participants.
As this year's World Environment Day is marked under the theme, Inspired by Nature for Climate for Our Future, stakeholders stressed that protecting the environment is a matter of survival, security, and sustainable development. Nkoli Omoudu, AIT News, Abuja.
Staying with issues around the environment, protecting the environment and slowing climate change is possible through recycling waste to curb environmental risks, especially deforestation. Some environmental advocates said this during the 2026 World Environment Day celebration held in Abuja.
Deforestation has continued to be a disturbing phenomenon globally, hence the need to protect forest reserves, restore degraded lands, and promote practices that support both nature and rural livelihoods.
We are encouraging the people, let them swap from the use of charcoal, firewood, let them swap to the use of briquette. Briquette is made from waste. You don't need to cut down 20-year-old tree. You don't need to cut down trees, and it doesn't harm the environment. You say anything we are doing, we should consider our environment. There is no planet B. This is the only planet we have, and its protection is everyone's responsibility.
So we are celebrating them and letting them know that the briquette they are doing right there in the farm or in that community is also reaching the urban centers. People are using it, people are adopting to it, people are getting interested because gas is also getting expensive. So let's stop falling trees. There's something we can use.
use.
Environmental experts explain the negative impact of climate change and the need for recycling waste to wealth.
Gas is very expensive. Dish brisket is not expensive like gas. Then women can use brisket now and make their food.
Firewood used to bring smoke. Why briquette no dey bring smoke? And when you use briquette, sharp, your food go done sharp.
The 2026 World Environment Day has the theme, Inspired by Climate, Securing Our Future. Dimas Nanzang, AIT News, Abuja.
Thank you, Dimas. In a bid to eliminate financial leakages and restore public trust, the federal government is betting on technology to overhaul procurement processes through a digital procurement solution initiative. This is the federal government's strategy to systematically minimize corruption risk, plug bureaucratic bottlenecks, and usher in a new era of transparency and accountability. Speaking at the inaugural National Public Procurement Day and Evolution Showcase in Abuja, the Director General Bureau of Public Procurement, BPP, Adebowale Adedokun, said the move is a testament that Nigeria's ongoing public procurement reforms are reshaping the way government spends public funds, freeing the Federal Executive Council, FEC, from routine contracts approvals and positioning procurement as a strategic instrument for economic growth, industrialization, transparency, and national development.
Come from. The Director General of Bureau of Public Procurement, BPP, Adebowale Adedokun, said the agency is entering a new phase of reforms focused on digital transformation, stronger oversight, local enterprise development, and enhanced accountability in the management of public resources.
The President wants Nigerians to feel the effects of this transformation by having good roads, good hospital, good educational institution, good living wage for all workers.
For the Permanent Secretary, General Service Office, Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, OSGF, public procurement is no longer an administrative process for awarding contracts alone, but a strategic policy instrument capable of stimulating industrial development, promoting innovation, expanding opportunities for indigenous businesses, and improving service delivery.
The whole focus is to ensure that we have value for money. We provide services for the people at the lowest cost for the best quality services. Government is focused and government is determined to provide what is best for Nigeria as we move forward in the next dispensation.
Going forward, June 4 every year, perhaps the President may consider declaring it a National Procurement Day to drive home the need for national consensus on how to spend public funds in a manner that is consistent with the global best practices.
With the theme, the procurement evolution, honoring the past, powering the future, the event has in attendance government officials, former procurement reform leaders, lawmakers, development partners, and private sector stakeholders who reviewed nearly 2 decades of procurement reforms in Nigeria. Ngozi Onyejiako, AIT News, Abuja.
Up next is business news, and Amaka Okoro will bring that to us.
Godrej Air Pocket? Wow!
With Power Gel technology, keeps the bathroom fresh for up to 30 days. Godrej Air Pocket. Bye-bye bad smell, hello sweet fragrance.
Progress no dey happen just like that. It dey come from support when you need am.
Mommy, I got the school fees. You too much.
Na money point o.
Money point, thank you.
Customer, na transfer abi? Confirm.
Bro, na transfer.
Na money point oga. Oh, na confirm.
Progress na peace of mind when you know say payment go land as Sure Banker. Progress na small wind where they carry person go far.
No worry, yourself go make am. Mo go buy ball.
Victor, even you they use money point?
Of course now, they use money point.
Confirm.
Money Point, made for your progress.
Come on.
Darling natural twists blend with her hair over time.
Yeah, that's perfect.
She's really more beautiful every week. Darling natural twists get better every day, just like you.
Abuja is rising. The Federal Capital Territory is moving forward with purpose, progress, and renewed hope. Join the Federal Capital Territory Administration as we celebrate the commissioning of 27 landmark projects and the flag-off of 2 new ones under the visionary leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, by the Honorable Minister of the FCT, His Excellency Barrister Nyesom Ezenwo-Wike, CON, and Honorable Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmood, in commemoration of the 3rd anniversary of the administration of Mr. President, champion of the renewed hope agenda, and the commemoration of 50 years of the Federal Capital Territory. From June 8th to July 17th, 2026, witness the commissioning of completed transformative projects designed to strengthen infrastructure and democratic institutions, improve livelihoods, and modernize Nigeria's capital city. Projects and landmark events include over 20 major roads, interchanges, and bridges covering more than 100 kilometers across the FCT, expanded water supply to satellite towns, the magnificent Court of Appeal Complex Abuja Division, new staff quarters of the Nigerian Law School Wari, ultra-modern office annex for the body of benchers, modern judges' quarters, remodeled Abuja City Gate, launch of the sales office and experience center of the Abuja City Work Development, and the unveiling of Abuja at 50 Compendium, celebrating the history, growth, achievements, and future vision of Nigeria's Federal Capital Territory, and many more impactful people-oriented projects aimed at improving mobility, housing, justice delivery, public service, and the overall quality of life for residents. This is progress you can see. This is development you can feel. This is the renewed hope agenda in action. Come and be part of history as the President, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, redefines development in the FCT. The Federal Capital Territory Administration, building infrastructure, preserving history, empowering communities, transforming lives.
Welcome to Business Report. We'll begin with a report on capital development. The Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, has partnered with the African Development Bank, AFDB, to deploy one of the world's most sophisticated market surveillance systems as part of efforts to modernize Nigeria's capital market and strengthen investors' confidence. Director General of the SEC, Dr. Emomotimi Agama, disclosed this during an exclusive appearance on Moneyline with Nancy on AIT, revealing that the Commission has engaged NASDAQ OMS to provide the cutting-edge surveillance technology.
The SEC, in partnership with the AFDB, right, has engaged NASDAQ OMS to introduce one of the most sophisticated surveillance systems in the world. That the SEC is not sleeping on its oars. We are making sure that developments change. And of course, we are engaging partners from all over the world to get things done.
The SEC boss also noted that technology is increasingly shaping investor participation in the market, particularly among young Nigerians.
Our daily transactions at the Nigerian Stock Exchange has tremendously increased and improved. As much as possible, one of the things we will do at the year-end 2026 is to provide a new data. That survey is happening now, so it will be premature to give you information. But beyond all of that is the fact that there is a new wave and a new interest in the Nigerian capital market, and that we must sustain.
He expressed confidence that the combination of innovation, stronger regulation, and increased retail participation would position the market for sustained growth and greater contributions to Nigeria's economic development. Now, Professor of Economics Michael Akpan says Nigeria's ongoing economic reforms are rooted in sound economic principles, but require stronger moral leadership and effective institutions to ensure their benefits are fairly distributed across society. Speaking at his maiden symposium titled Homo Economicus and 90 Years of Keynes, General Theory of Employment, Interest and Money, Akpan argued that President Bola Tinubu's reforms align with established market economic principle, but their success depends on prudent management, equitable income distribution, and measures to prevent state failure.
The Bingham University professor said economics, like other disciplines, operates on established principles that link policies to outcomes. He maintained that Nigeria's economic challenges stem not from flawed economic theories, but from poor implementation and failure to uphold sound economic and moral principles in governance.
We are returning to the market economy. The question is, how do we manage it in such a way that nobody is worse off, nobody is better off? Like equitable distribution of income. Like Fasha said, the way income is distributed, he said is a K-shape. Because we are not looking at the morals of it. Economics has its own morals.
K-shaped recovery after COVID, meaning that the rich are getting richer, the poor are getting poorer. K-shaped recovery. That's what the world is passing through right now. And so we need the academia. We in government, we still need the academia to be able to assist, to guide.
Other academics at the symposium also argued that corruption and weak institutions have undermined the effective application of Keynesian economic principles.
The constant failure of states in developing economies, and Nigeria as one, we've really not had a state that have been able to actually capture the reality of the Nigerian environment.
Of course, in reality, there is corruption. In reality, there is, there will always be state failure. So these are issues that we also need to recognize and tackle.
Respect in line with Keynesian philosophy or morals, as one of us has said. Nigeria will be a different planet right now.
Participants agree that the country's reform reflects a return to market-based economic management. However, they stress the need for policies that shield vulnerable citizens from hardship and ensure that the benefits of reforms are widely shared. Landry Babalola, AIT News, Abuja.
Report, Nigeria's equities market rebounded from its previous losses, recording its first gain of the week today, as the all-share index appreciated by 0.03% to close at 242,278.86 basis points. 371 million shares exchanged, corresponding to a market value of 13.9 billion naira. The market capitalization now stands at 155.3 trillion naira. Over 100 equities participated in today's trading activities, with 25 gainers and 32 losers. On the gainers chart, we have InterEnergy's Insurance, which gained 10% to close at 6 naira 60 kobo, followed by RB Mortgage Bank, which gained 10% to close at 8 naira 50 kobo. DA Communications appreciated by 10% to close at 1 naira 80 kobo, among others. On the decliners chart, we have FG Sukuk, which depreciated by 10.30% to close at 87 naira, among others. The top 3 active traded stocks for the day were LLX, Access Holdings, and Linkage Assurance. Finally, in the oil market, West Texas Intermediate depreciated by 2.53% to close at $90.69, while Brent crude also depreciated by 1.65% to close at $93.46. And that's Business Report. I am Amaka Okoro. The news continues with the rest of the crew.
TerraCube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Give more strength to your hair with Mega Growth Leave-In Strengthener. It's infused with nourishing oils and conditioning proteins, so you can say goodbye to hair breakage. Wow! Mega Growth Leave-In Strengthener.
Oh, remember how mom used to wake up before everybody to make breakfast, iron our uniform? I surprised that woman with something special.
Treasure Mom this 2026 with a trip to Zanzibar in the 3 Crowns Mom of the Year competition. Write a note using each letter in your mom's name and upload with a photo of 5,000 Naira worth of 3 Crowns products on our website or at any of our collection centers. T's and C's apply. 3 Crowns Milk. Healthy moms, happy families.
My people, do you know that 1 is better than 10?
Better than 10?
Yes, so.
Impossible.
Let me show you that 1 is better than 10 with Harpic 10X. Toilets have stains, which bleach cannot clean. But Harpic is thicker and sticks better, which gives not 2, not 4, but 10 times better cleaning, leaving your toilet sparkling clean. Wow! You can now see that 1 is better than 10!
Right, now, before we go to sports, we have good news coming from Oyo State. And it is said that the Oyo State Police Command has arrested 6 suspects linked to the Aoro Esiele school abduction in Orire local government area of Oyo State. The suspects were tracked through telephone conversations with the bandits. Official security reports confirm none of the main bandits hiding in the forest have been arrested as they continue to evade tracking. According to the Oyo State Police Command, those arrested are local informants and carriers, not the core bandits. 2 commercial motorcycles were apprehended in Ojo, Ibadan, while allegedly trying to collect ransom. 3 others from Bubu, Kwara State and Ago Are, Oyo State were picked up during follow-up operations. We'll bring you details of that report in our subsequent bulletin.
Up next is sports. Osagbovo Sifo is on the studio.
Welcome. Nigerian Super Falcons secured a 2-1 victory over Senegal's Lionesses in the first leg of their international friendly at the Remo Stars Stadium in Ikene, Ogun State. Asisat Oshoala opened scoring from the penalty spot in the 32nd minute before Tony Payne doubled the lead for the Super Falcons with a well-taken finish 9 minutes later. Senegal Lionesses put one back 3 minutes from time to ensure a tense finish to the encounter. The 2 sides will meet again on June 8 in Kenya as part of preparation for the upcoming Women's African Cup of Nations. The fixture also marked the Super Falcons' return to action after a 3-month break, with their last outing ending a 3-1 comeback victory over Cameroon in March. Officials of teams participating in Nigerian Women's Football League Super 6 playoff have expressed confidence ahead of the 9-day championship in Port Harcourt. Speaking after the official draw ceremony, they described the tournament as an opportunity to showcase the growth and competitiveness of women's football in Nigeria.
And I will have a good attacking formation that can be able to carry anything to whatever level they want in the competition. So having said that, I will tell you that categorically that the trophy is going back to Yenegua.
Before the end of the regular season, 3-4 matches to go. We've already qualified for the Super 6, and now we are in the Super 6 proper. And with the performance of the girls, the way they have been putting everything they have, it will be a good run for us.
We are bringing new team to the table, entirely new team. So we're going to do plenty things differently.
Opening day fixture, we see Edo Queens face Nasarawa Amazon. Rivers Angels will take on FC Robo, while defending champions Bayelsa Queens will meet debutant Abia Angels. NWFL Chief Operating Officer Modukbe Shabi and Edo Queens General Manager praised Rivers State Governors Similai Fubara for hosting the season-ending event.
I would like to thank the Rivers State government. I want to thank you, especially the governor and the people that accepted to host this Super 6.
It's one of the best draw I've ever seen, and also thank
the Rivers State government for coming into the aid of NWFA as well as the club. It looks bleak from the dying minute, but God took control. And we want to say we are very, very grateful to Sir Similari Fubara for coming to the aid of NWFA.
The playoff will determine Nigeria's representative for the upcoming WAFUB Women's Champions League qualifiers. And away from football, Alexander Zverev has moved within one match to his first Grand Slam title after defeating Jakub Mensik 7-5, 6-2, 3-6, 6-3 in the French Open semi-finals. The German second seed reached his fourth major final and will be aiming to go one better than last year's Roland Garros runners-up finish. Zverev will face Italy's Flavio Cobolli, who advanced to his maiden Grand Slam final after compatriot Matteo Anandi withdrew from the semi-final with illness. Victory in Sunday's final would make Zverev the first German man since Boris Becker in 1996 to win a Grand Slam singles title. Despite entering the final as favorite, Zverev will be wary of Cobolli, having lost to the Italian much earlier as in this year. And that's sport. Many thanks for watching. I am Osaibovo Usifo.
Thank you, Osaibovo. And as we wrap up this news bulletin, it is important to mention that the Nigerian government says it will do everything it can to curb the spate of insecurity.
Yes, Shola, we must support the Unite Against Terrorism campaign of the Nigerian government. If you see something, say something. I'm Hadiza Audu. And
I am Shola Jaisimi. Thank you for staying with us on the AIT News Hour.
Ajufo runs her multiple e-commerce businesses in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Her business is known as drop shipping, a business model where products are sold online without the need for a so-called brick-and-mortar facility where those products are stored and processed. It involves the management of e-commerce inventory and affiliate marketing, where she promotes online products for other businesses. Ajufo started her online business in 2022 with less than $50.
Okay, let's say I started with 50,000 naira. So today, I can tell you the percentage has increased to over 150% of income coming in from the business.
Ajufo's success story has its roots in access to the internet, a good phone, social media, and spending around $6 a month on a data subscription.
When it comes to showcasing my business online, internet access has done most of it, 80% of it. Without the internet, we won't be able to do any of those things.
And for many, like Ajufo, the internet means more income and opportunity. A January 2024 World Bank report discloses that Sub-Saharan Africa recorded a 115% increase in internet users between 2016 and 2021. This, the bank said, also reduced extreme poverty by 7% in Nigeria, fostering economic growth and innovation.
Opportunities abound in terms of the benefit for e-commerce, benefit for e-health, benefit for e-government, and as well as in terms of basic commercial transactions.
Despite the gains, the World Bank says women in Sub-Saharan Africa have less access to the internet compared to men. The report also says women are 37% less likely to use mobile internet services than men, and that women in rural communities are affected most by the lack of digital access.
Once they cannot have one's means of, accessing the internet or data becomes much out of their reach, they become deprived. In fact, they become deprived educationally, they become deprived in terms of skills, and once all of these things, they become deprived in terms of having access to basic information about markets, about services, about even how to improve them. And once that is done, because then they become left behind.
Rural women in Sub-Saharan Africa earn about 77% less than men, while urban women earn 46% less, according to data from the U.S. National Library of Medicine.
Quite a number of women, particularly in rural Nigeria, cannot afford the cost of basic smartphone or feature phone.
The Nigerian Communications Commission says it has launched projects to close the country's gender digital gap. Among them are the Digital Skills for Women and Girls Initiative, Nigerian Girls Can Code, and Women in ICT. Experts say there is a need to double these efforts. They suggest the government ramps up grassroots access to internet-enabled devices.